never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
I think I'm ready. Microphone on, check. Camera on. Good to go. Ready to roll into Tuesday. Here we go. Close out the Monday. That's the hard part, right? So we've all settled in. I'm back on the proper sleep schedule after the weekend. Yeah, I was a little bit dragging last night. But, okay, hope your week's off to a good start. What's going on in your world? Lots to cover tonight. As gradually the issues with finding fuel around the country, well, in the southeast and eastern seaboard, continues to improve. Update from some of the big three chains. Yeah, Pilot, Flying J, Love's Travel Centers. Very, very few issues. I think Love's only had one location that was out of fuel this past day. I think Pilot also had one that was out of diesel. I think they had a handful that are still struggling to get gasoline in, but it's getting a whole lot better. I know early in the day, Monday, the Atlanta metro area was still hanging around. About 40% of stations were out of gas. But again, with each passing day, things are improving. Supply chain is moving once again. What else we got going on? Hey, we've got some very interesting news about that bridge over I-40. It's going to be shut down probably longer than any of us wanted to see it shut down. The news wasn't all that good this past day. They found another beam that was about severed like 20%, I believe it was. But we'll get into those numbers coming up here in just a moment. But let's start off with our traveler's weather tonight. And yes, we've got some issues. Primarily, Texas is again an area that's very heavily under the gun tonight. We still have tornado watches in place for much of western and central portions of Texas. Further to the east, not quite as far east as the Dallas-Fort Worth metro area, still severe thunderstorm watches in place. Severe thunderstorm watches also into the Texas Panhandle, crossing over the Oklahoma Panhandle into southeastern portions of Colorado. It's the flooding concerns. We're talking pretty much the eastern half of Texas, a good portion of Louisiana, central and southwestern Arkansas, and nearly the southern half of Oklahoma that are all under flash flood watches. And there's a handful of counties that are under flash flood warnings. Lake Charles, Louisiana, this past day, what they were hit with is what many other areas potentially could be seen here over the next couple of days. We're talking less than a year after they were hit by not one but two major hurricanes. Lake Charles once again pummeled by extreme weather, leaving part of the city underwater. Going back last year between Hurricane Laura on August the 27th and then Hurricane Delta on October the 9th, Lake Charles picked up 12 and a half inches of rain, along with, of course, the devastating winds, the widespread power outage, the storm surge along the coast from those hurricanes. Well, the rainfall we saw this past day, Monday, alone, exceeded the rainfall that accumulated during those two hurricanes combined, if you can imagine that. Third wettest day in the city's weather record, which go all the way back to 1895. Shortly after midday Monday, the National Weather Service issued a rare flash flood emergency, which that's withheld for just extreme flooding events, where they said this is a particularly dangerous situation. Seek higher ground now. Get a load of this. Between 2 o'clock and 3 o'clock Central Time, in 1 hour's time this past afternoon, the weather station at the Lake Charles Municipal Airport reported 3.41 inches of rainfall. That's in 1 hour, folks. Now, for comparison, the city typically picks up 5.2 inches of rain during the entire month of May. So this is overwhelming amounts of water. The deluge overwhelmed the drainage system, causing roads, parking lots, front yards. Everything was large ponds of water. Not only were roads next to impassable due to the flooding, but also due to vehicles that were stalled out attempting to drive on underwater roads. One man had to be creative to pick up his children who were stuck at school. A road between his home and the school was completely flooded, so he towed a kayak through knee-deep water to pick his kids up and pull them back home. Yeah, the weather pattern that led this record rainfall, much different, though, than the hurricanes that hit Louisiana last year. A weather front stalled out over the southwestern portions of Louisiana Sunday night and just pretty much hung out there, stalled overhead throughout the day Monday, where we had the moist air from the Gulf of Mexico plowing into that boundary, inducing chronic thunderstorm development, storms that were nearly stationary over the same place for numerous hours at a time. That's what led to these incredible rainfall amounts across the greater Lake Charles area. Now, it's a much broader scenario that could see similar impacts. Yeah, forecasters are telling us by the time we get to the end of this week, most of the major tributaries, the big rivers, are probably going to be looking at major river flooding. So this rain is forecast to persist across the central and southern plains through much of the week. And this wet pattern is going to bring severe weather and substantial flooding. Very concerning. Severe weather and heavy rain broke out across the southern plains over the last several days. As of Sunday night, rainfall totals were above 6 inches in several cities in Kansas, Codell, Kansas had 8.16 inches of rain already. As we just mentioned, the deluge intensified with Lake Charles being flooded with more than a foot of rainfall in a day. Let's see. Going forward, heavy rain is forecast for locations from eastern Colorado, Kansas, and Missouri on southward to the Gulf Coast for the next several days, hitting many of the same areas that had a wet end to last week. The combination of high pressure over the southeast and a storm over the southwest are going to work together to funnel a lot of moisture into the southern and central plains this week. And that flow out of the Gulf of Mexico is essentially acting like the proverbial fire hose, a constant stream of moisture for several days. So we'll be talking rounds of rain and thunderstorms on a daily basis. The most widespread risk is going to be flooding. The greatest threat for severe thunderstorms is going to kind of shift around from day to day. So in addition to the heavy downpours, thunderstorms will be capable of producing damaging wind gusts up to 80 miles per hour, as well as hail and even an isolated tornado or two. Anywhere from Oklahoma City to Dallas to Austin, Texas. Motorists, be especially cautious of the changing conditions. All these factors are going to impact travel, especially here over the next couple of days. As the week progresses then, the area of heaviest rain is going to shift southeastward, hitting some of the same areas that were hit early in the week, but now expanding to include more of southern Texas. So not every location is going to see several inches of rain every day, but any place that does get a wet day is going to become more susceptible to flooding for the remainder of the week. These repeated downpours are likely to bring areas of standing water, flooded yards, parks, and fields, concerns for crops. If crop fields aren't able to drain fast enough, we could see damage to some of the crops in the region. For those that are maybe not in the ground yet, delays in getting crops in the ground, as farmers are going to have to wait for conditions to dry out again. So by the end of the week, we'll be talking widespread 2 to 4 inch rainfall totals. That's kind of the lower end from southern Texas to central Louisiana, parts of Kansas and Missouri. That corridor of the heaviest rain is anticipated over eastern Texas, including cities like Houston and Tyler, where as much as a foot of rain is in the forecast. AJ, get your galoshes out. It's going to be soggy this week. Now, many rivers in eastern Texas are at minor or moderate flood stage right now. And with this much rain on the way, rising water levels and major river flooding are likely, according to AccuWeather. Rivers will be on the rise much of the week. The greatest risk of major flooding on rivers during the second half of the week. Looks like the worst of the rain may actually occur from Wednesday into Thursday. According to AccuWeather, storm max totals approaching 30 inches is possible in parts of eastern Texas. Now, I'm trying to recall what was the tropical storm that moved into southern Louisiana and southeastern Texas several years ago. And they saw some rainfall totals approaching those kind of numbers, 30 inches. And the flooding was incredible. So this is not a tropical storm, but the system that's just going to bring numbers akin to a stalled out tropical storm. If the amount of rain forecast actually materializes, a flooding disaster is likely to unfold, especially in eastern Texas. Again, the Beaumont and Port Arthur areas have already received upwards of 8 inches of rain that was midday Monday. Now, even after the rain does begin to taper off, the river flooding is going to persist right on through the weekend and probably well into next week, as the nearly flat terrain in much of that region drains very slowly. So residents in flood-prone areas are being advised, take precautions now. as this could be a long-duration high water event. Astounding numbers, but can't imagine 30 inches of rain in a matter of days, but that's what forecasters tell us could be on the way. Meanwhile, on the brighter side, I guess you could say, are you ready for a little taste of summer? I don't know about you, but I am. And hang on, the eastern half of the nation is about to get a full taste of summer, actually a couple of weeks ahead of meteorological summer, which begins on June the 1st. That's meteorological, not the actual. June 20th is the official start of summer, but they call it the meteorological thing. All right, 6 weeks ahead of astronomical summer. And they're forecasting temperatures surging well into the 80s over much of the region later this week and into the weekend. Some of us may experience our first 90-degree temperatures of the season so far. Although temperatures have come close in many areas of the east, there have only been a couple of 90-degree readings, and those were really down toward the Gulf and along portions of the southern Atlantic coastal areas. Southeastern Virginia hit 90 earlier this month on May the 4th. Washington, D.C., Philadelphia, you've not hit 90 yet. Last time temperatures climbed into the upper 80s was April the 28th. On that same day, New York City hit 85. It's as warm as you've been so far this year. Big Apple's forecast to peak in the mid-80s later this week. You could flirt with 90 further south along the I-95 corridor. Believe it or not, even Atlanta has not yet hit the 90-degree benchmark yet this season. Closest they've come was 86 on April 13th. D.C.'s actually been closer to that mark than Atlanta. They hit 88 on April the 28th. It's getting to be that time of year for some summery conditions and 90-degree temperatures. The average first 90-degree day would be May the 22nd in Charlotte, North Carolina, the 24th in Philadelphia, 31st in Atlanta. So some of the numbers. Yeah, these locations and others are going to make a run at 90 later this week and maybe this weekend, while widespread highs in the 80s are foreseen even where the temperatures may stop just short of 90. Believe it or not, stretching from parts of Vermont, New Hampshire, upstate New York and Michigan, all the way down into northern Georgia, upstate South Carolina, western North Carolina, and Tennessee. Can't imagine close to 90 all the way up into New England. Average temperatures during the middle to latter portions of May would normally range from the mid-60s there in northern New England and the central Great Lakes. You would reach the low 80s down toward the I-20 corridor, way down in the southeast. So these are going to be well above normal temperatures. We're beginning to see that trend of above average temperatures here during the first part of the week, and we're going to end up the week more like July-like levels, including over the weekend. Even in northern Maine, they're saying temperatures could make a run at 80 degrees. So this warm air is going to surge across the northern tiers sooner than the Carolinas and Georgia. There's the likelihood the temperatures may make a run into the middle or upper 80s in Burlington, Vermont, before places like the I-95 Mid-Atlantic and points further to the south do. There is a remote chance, they tell us, Burlington may hit 90 degrees before even Philadelphia, Washington, D.C., or Charlotte hit that mark. Of course, Memorial Day is rapidly approaching, and with those kind of temperatures, you may contemplate partaking in some of those summertime activities, especially in the warm-up. But remember, the water temperature is still dangerously low for swimming this early in the season. Throughout the Midwest and the East, right now, Atlantic Ocean water temperatures still in the upper 40s along the coastal areas of Maine, little closer to 60 in southeastern Virginia as of this past day. It may only rise a few degrees by the end of the week. Now, at those kind of water temperatures, you run the risk rapidly of muscle cramps or even cold water shock. As the week wears on, people are going to notice the heat joined by a bit of humidity. Humidity levels are going to remain rather low much of the week, but it begins to climb, especially in parts of the Midwest and the Mid-Atlantic coming up this weekend. So when you get the humidity added in, it's going to make it feel, you start talking about the heat index, which may make it feel even 10 degrees or more above the actual air temperature during the day, and considering the strength of the sun this time of year. We'll also be watching for an uptick in the humidity levels across the southeast later this week. Not likely to be so noticeable there, but for millions of people in the southeast who are more accustomed to very warm conditions, this should be more of a delightful weather pattern without the high humidity. The same pattern that's going to promote the warm conditions are also going to keep many areas in the eastern U.S. dry, with that northward bulge in the jet stream developing over the central states, and that's going to build eastward as the week progresses. And as that happens, that warm air is going to build over the middle layers of the atmosphere, and temperatures are going to trend upward near the ground. All right, there you go. Near the core of the warmth, showers and thunderstorms would generally be limited. Sunshine should be abundant. These conditions are anticipated for the eastern part of the Ohio Valley, much of the Mid-Atlantic, and the southeast as we progress right through the week. You get along the northern edge of that bulge in the jet stream. Those are areas where you could see some showers and thunderstorms occurring. In that case, the wet weather would be most widespread over the south central states, where the storms can be so repetitive that flooding may occur much of this week. And that's where we're talking places like Texas. Rain, rain, rain. Look at some of our travelers' weather around the country as we're off and rolling into a Tuesday morning here. Our number is 844-3388. Let's jump over, see who's checking in out of the box this morning. Chris said, first. Hello, Chris. You were first. Car 15 said, I'm second. Dale checking in from Jacksonville, Florida. 68 degrees, clear night tonight. A nice ride on the bike again to work tonight. Everybody have a safe trip. Richard listening in from Northern California. There's another Richard. Good morning from Central Florida, where it's 72 degrees. Rolling up, copy the mail there, Chevy guy. Let's see, Monty Python. Good morning, Your Honor. Happy Monday for me, Tuesday for you. Christian, morning, Steve. The milkman, as he calls himself, picking up milk in southern Wisconsin. Really enjoyed the show. Tank, morning, Steve from Arizona. Rolling west on I-40 nights, 62 degrees, around Winslow, Arizona. Everybody truck safe. Have a good day. Zorro, come on, summertime. I'm ready for hot Atlanta to start getting hot. Well, there you go, Zorro. Sounds like later this week you're going to begin to get some of that. Crackerbox checking in. Tucson, Arizona, 74 degrees, clear skies. Good morning to Steve. Good to have you with us, Bo. Looper checking in from Buffalo, Niagara Falls, New York. Good to have you with us. Hello, Buckeye Boy, checking in from Corpus Christi, Texas once again. 79 degrees. I was supposed to be out of here today, but ran into technical issues with the techs swapping out the new units I delivered, so I couldn't pick all my freight up. Judging from the weather reports, I've seen it's a good thing I didn't go or get to go, as I'd be going through Louisiana on I-10, probably couldn't have made it anyway. I just hope it's not flooded tomorrow when I go through there. Hopefully get back Wednesday and load Thursday for the left coast. Everybody have a good night. Yeah, you're right, Buckeye Boy. Let me flip over and check out your radar there in Louisiana. All right, the heaviest rains have now moved down into the south central and southeastern Louisiana. Looks like as we progress through the overnight hours, New Orleans is going to be in that mix with some very torrential rainfall in the mix. Got a lot of heavy rain, torrential rains up into, again, the Texas Panhandle region through the Oklahoma Panhandle into southeastern portions of Colorado there. That's where some of the heaviest rains are falling. Got a couple of pockets of very strong storms in very southern, southwestern Texas. Pretty much due west of Corpus Christi. On the other side of it's a very skinny portion of Texas down there. But those are all pushing off to the east. And those are the kind of cells that could prompt severe thunderstorm warnings in that mix, where you do have a severe thunderstorm watch. All right, so there you go. Around the country, 844-844-3388. Thanks for all those checking in. We'll keep an eye on things. All right, I think it was Cue Ball who checked in last evening. He was asking, did we ever get an update as to, remember the guy that provided a photograph last week, some drone footage. He said, hey, look, here's a photo of the bridge. And it's from back in 2019, I think it was. And he said, you can very clearly see that crack that they had identified supposedly just a few days ago. Well, we did get, apparently that was an authentic photograph. And Cue Ball, you are 100% correct. Who's the goofball that was being paid to do a job and not doing it? As in, paid to inspect a bridge. Don't know what this guy was doing, but he's out of a job now. Here's the scoop. The Arkansas Department of Transportation has terminated the inspector after past inspections showed a fracture in the bridge. This employee failed to carry out his responsibilities. Well, you think? From our investigation, we have determined that the same employee who conducted the inspection in both 2019 and 2020 failed to carry out his responsibilities correctly. This is unacceptable. This employee has been terminated as of this morning, Monday morning. So yeah, it was the same guy that carried out the inspection, 2019, 2020, not using proper protocol when inspecting the bridge. Arkansas DOT is referring this to the proper federal authorities for their determination and further investigation. There could be criminal or otherwise other charges if they're warranted. Officials said this is about the failure of the inspection process. That's what allowed this to happen. There were consultants inspecting other parts of the bridge when they actually noticed the fracture. I don't think they were even supposed to be looking at that portion of the bridge. Luckily, they caught it. We should have discovered this crack in the beam in 2019. We're taking the steps to hold those responsible for not doing their job accountable, but more importantly, to correct the flaws in the process. Arkansas DOT said they've purchased a drone. They'll be inspecting the I-55 bridge because apparently the individual that was failing to correctly inspect the I-40 bridge also was inspecting the I-55 bridge. Any areas of that bridge the terminated employee was inspecting is now being re-inspected. Let's just hope and pray they don't find anything there, because that's a much older bridge. Now, they did say they've come up with a solution for a temporary solution to stabilize the beam. There's a multi-agency team, couple of contracting firms, and both departments of transportation that worked through the weekend developing a plan to stabilize the structure so they could begin planning on a permanent repair. And they're starting to reviewing some of the contractors that may do some of the work. Both departments of transportation have selected the corporation as a contractor to fix the bridge this past day. It's a company based out of Omaha, Nebraska. It looks like Kiewit Corporation. According to the Arkansas DOT, permanent repairs are going to happen in two phases. Phase one will be adding structural steel plating to the outside of beams to prevent any further propagation of the crack and allow the contractor to begin work. Fabrication actually started this past morning on the steel plates, and hopefully repairs will begin this week. Phase 2 is still being worked out. Officials said they're contemplating using high-strength steel rods to expand the fracture and restore the strength of the beam. Then the section will be replaced. The bridge will continually be inspected to make sure this does not happen once again. So I mentioned another crack was discovered. Yeah, they shared the photograph. We've all seen the initial photo from the outside, which is, I guess you'd call it the upper beam. They've confirmed the steel beam fracture. Okay, the one, as we've been saying, that's not a crack. Yeah, that is totally severed. All right, the top plate is 100% severed. Now, they released a photograph of the bottom plate, which is 20% fractured. And based on the photograph, you can clearly see a heavy buildup of rust on that crack. So again, both of these have been there, probably dating back to 2019. Now, the fracture in the steel support beam that is critical to the actual structure of the bridge. Okay, so I-55 is going to be your bet over the Mississippi River, but they're now saying repairs could take months. Very interesting. All right, we'll get a news break here. Lines opened up here at 844-844-3388. Who wants to be first on board as we roll into a Tuesday? The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
President Biden announced Monday that the U.S. will add to its donation of COVID vaccines to the rest of the world, adding 20 million more doses to the country's commitment. The president said that over the next 6 weeks, the U.S. will send 80 million doses of vaccine overseas. It's unclear which countries will be receiving those shots. And police in California have made an arrest in the wildfire burning through the Santa Monica Mountains. Los Angeles Mayor Eric Garcetti announced that one person has been arrested accused of purposefully starting the blaze. More than 500 firefighters are currently battling the fire that has so far scorched more than 1,300 acres and forced more than 1,000 residents to evacuate. Steep terrain and dry vegetation have made controlling the fire difficult. While there have thus far been no injuries and no structures burned down, the fire remains 0% contained. You're listening to USA Radio News.
If your loved one has passed away due to COVID-19, pay close attention to this message. You could be entitled to a death benefit of over $300,000. The U.S. government has set up a fund to pay families relief if they've lost a loved one due to COVID-19. We know this is a hard time for you, and this fund has been set up by the federal government to help ease your pain. The compensation includes a death benefit and lost wages benefit. Time is limited, so we urge you to make a free phone call right now. There's no cost to you for this claim. All legal fees are only covered once you receive your money. So if you've lost a loved one due to COVID-19, call the legal helpline right now to find out if you qualify for a cash award. Here's our number, 800-923-9018, 800-923-9018, 800-923-9018. That's 800-923-9018. Paid for by the IPG Law Group.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com. from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-632-4506.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Engine oil can break down under extreme heat, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit that creates drag on the engine's moving parts. This sticky friction is stiction. Symptoms include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is formulated to be left in the engine. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, here we go on a Tuesday morning. Again, it's 844-844-3388. Yeah, the phones are working. And let me see here. Who else checking in? Let's get to a couple more here. Bidu checking in. Good to have you with us, Bidu. Hello to the overnight crew. Yep, that's us. Don checking in from Dodge City, Kansas this morning. Hello to Melvin. Yeah, let's see. John says watching from North Fort Wayne. Got a pretty awesome light show rolling in. About to get some severe storms. Let me see here. I know there's some spotty showers out there. Click over to the Midwest. Yeah, there's... Gotta move a little further north here. Yeah, really, I'm not really seeing much of anything showing up on the radar. Yeah, there near Fort Wayne. We got some spotty showers back toward St. Louis. Western Illinois, you got spotty showers. You may run through a heavy torrential downpour. Should be in and out of most of these pretty quick. Got some of these storms north central Arkansas. Spotty showers. You got one little cell moving toward Tupelo down in Mississippi. Most of the Ohio Valley pretty darn quiet tonight. A few isolated showers about halfway between Evansville and Louisville. All right, so let me scroll back over. Who's next up? Who's ready for some cicadas? Yeah, I've been kind of watching. I didn't see any new ones this past day, Chris. But as I've been saying, as the temperatures continue to rise this week, by this weekend, I think the mass exodus is going to begin. They'll be coming out of the ground full tilt. Let's see. Replying to John, same over here west of Fort Worth. All right, so that's, down in Fort Worth. Yeah, you've got some showers and thunderstorms there. Morning to Spinnerbait. Steve, why can't you show the weather on the screen behind you? It'd be nice to see the radar. We might could do that someday. That's a possibility. All right, morning, folks. A heat wave on the grapevine here in Southern California, heading to Bloomington, California. Yeah, rough roads woke me up. All right, so I guess it's time to raise some shenanigans. There you go. And Big Moose is with us on the loose. All right, first out of the box at 844-3388. Table scraps. It may be the first time you've been first out of the box.
No, this is like the second time.
Okay, well, how's it going?
Huh. Yeah, we're doing pretty good. Hey, I want to talk about this driver shortage a little bit. For years and years, I thought it was all smoke and mirrors. Been hearing about a driver shortage for what, 20 years?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. But I'll tell you, we can't recruit drivers or owner-operators. We don't have any company drivers. And it's the weirdest thing. Have that many owner-operators gotten out of the business? Or everybody's just afraid to move around a little bit? I don't know. We've got a ton of dedicated freight coming out of Nashville. I'm not going to turn this into a recruiting thing, but I won't mention the company. But the phone don't even ring. That's the crazy part. Nobody's even looking for jobs. This we're not talking $15 an hour jobs at Burger King. We're talking,
right.
$5,000 dedicated runs and be home every single night, and it's crazy. I'm just kind of curious what's going on with the owner operators.
I know that, with the whole when the whole COVID thing hit, of course, truckers were in high demand, but apparently, a number of the truck driving schools and whatnot actually shut down their operations because you couldn't, all that social distance and stuff and whatnot. You couldn't have trainers and all that in the truck with new drivers. Maybe it's just maybe it's catching up now.
I don't know. We got a whole list of dedicated runs that were available. And I was fortunate enough to be the first one to pick what I wanted. We need about 15 owner-operators to cover all this freight. My load that I've got is 1,000 miles a week and pays $7,700 to the truck. And we can't get anybody to call. It's like... you can do it. Yeah, I could do my run with one tank of fuel all week. It's 1,000 miles. It's 200 miles a day.
Mm-hmm.
It's ridiculous. And I'm fortunate and I appreciate it, but I don't even know how are companies even recruiting anymore. I don't know if we're recruiting. We're stuck back in the 80s and there's a whole different way of doing it nowadays. But I've always thought it was, pay the money and they'll come.
That's been the narrative. And
yeah,
I think at least at that point, that was pretty much true. I'm looking at one story that says, it's a nationwide thing like you're talking about. Let's see. One key reason is, according to an instructor at a New Jersey-based driving school, he says it's taken longer for students to acquire a CDL. Prior to the pandemic, it would take about 2 months to gain a license in New Jersey. Now it's taking upwards of 6 months, according to one of the driving instructors. I don't know why that. Why is that? 6 months.
That's crazy. But that's company drivers. I'm talking about trying to recruit owner-operators. These are guys that should already be established,
mm-hmm.
You think. It's funny. I don't know. Just crazy. But the freight rates are paying good. So, hey, I don't mind the little shortage, but this is ridiculous.
And if the trend continues, I'd say the rates are going to probably be going higher, right? It's the whole supply and demand thing, and when the pandemic was kicking in, but I guess what was it before the pandemic when they were up there in DC, kind of protesting the broker rates, and the rates were plummeting and all that. But when the pandemic hit, the rates kind of they came back.
Yeah, but on the load board, they started to settle back down again. That was, I don't know. This, hey, I'm going to make hay while the sun shines,
Sure.
Who was it? The one in Texas there, the one that's always sleeping. I forget his name.
Eagle.
He's been bragging on freight rates ever since the pandemic started, and I've seen it, but I don't know. I was just curious what people had to say about recruiting, different things companies are doing. And I always thought it was the money, the money and the runs, but you don't get much better if you get the money and the home time and, sleep in your own bed at night. But apparently there's something missing.
Well, let's see if we can get some feedback. That's a great topic of discussion for the program, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I think so. It's industry related. Definitely.
Absolutely. That's no doubt about it. Well, thank you so much. Table Scraps, thanks for the call. We got clear lines at 844-844-3388. All right. This was actually a Fox Business report a couple of weeks ago. Now, they go into the numbers like from the ATA, which, as Table Scraps said, for many, many years, there's been this back and forth debate. The ATA says, hey, we're 60,000 drivers short. OIDA says, well, really, it's just mostly the big companies that look to put new drivers behind the wheel, super cheap pay, and as soon as they get some experience, they move elsewhere, and they can't keep drivers because of the pay. That's been the status quo, supposedly. All right. We know the industry moves nearly 71% of all freight in the country. And, of course, it's very reliant on a vast number of trained and certified drivers to keep the supply chain running. According to the Commercial Vehicle Training Association, largest association of commercial truck driving schools in the country, although the shortage temporarily eased slightly in 2020, officials say it's expected to grow in the coming years as we've got more and more drivers moving into retirement at the same time as transportation needs are increasing. And yeah, undoubtedly, we're seeing more and more freight moving because of online sales, people purchasing online. To help offset the demand, the industry will need to hire roughly 1.1 million new drivers over the 10 years, or break it down to 110,000 drivers per year. Have things changed from the old status quo where it was, if you pay them, they will come? Is there a legitimate argument about this whole discussion of bringing 18 to 20-year-olds behind the wheel for interstate commerce versus intrastate? Maybe it is. Maybe things have changed a bit in recent years. I can tell you one thing. If Representative Chuy Garcia gets his way, we'll see a hell of a lot more owner-operators shutting their operations down. That's going to be another of the top industry headlines because he has again introduced this Insurance Act, H.R. 2687, attempting again to increase the minimum insurance requirement all the way to $4,092,000, $4.92 million. All right, hang on. We'll give you more on that coming up. All right, let's see here. First, back to Cue Ball. What's happening this morning?
Good morning, Steve.
Morning.
I figured I'd answer the question on an owner-operator's perspective. It's a handful of things that people don't realize. The government has not looked into it at all. And even, as much as I am a Trump supporter, it was something that Trump was very ignorant to. when Trump first got into office, I remember talking about getting rid of a lot of regulations, right? Well, what's the one regulation that he did not get rid of that really put a severe impact on this industry?
Oh, would it be the ELD or the 14-hour clock? What?
That would be the ELD.
Okay.
I had thought that was going to be the first thing to get thrown right the hell out. But it stuck. It's still with us. And most owner-operators that I know left. It's a system that if you've been out here for 20, 30 years, it's not livable. Not only that, but, like when we had numerous safety meetings at the company I'm leased on with, and we run into all these, still to this day, we run into these issues where there's no actual answer for us as to what to do. Case in point, bring a load across into New York out of New Jersey. Okay, you need police escorts at night to get across the bridges. Basically, the NYPD tells you when you go. Logbooks be damned. You just go because you're being escorted across. Once you're across, they leave you be.
Mm-hmm.
Where are you supposed to park this thing to get your rest? Issues where there's no legal way to do it. So your ELD shows you that you violated during this course of time. 4 days later, you're in some other state, and they're writing you up for when you were over on your hours because another cop told you to do so. The parking situation out here, it's not even possible. Like, we all know this. We're just, I guess we're just kind of listing things for people that, we all know the problems. But my point is, most of them left. They're done. They're out. There's no reason for this. And nowadays, it's a lot worse. One of my biggest pet peeves now is where I'm going tonight. I know there's nowhere to park this rig between where I'm at and where I'm going, so I have to sleep in the customer's driveway. I went to a truck stop to go get dinner. The damn Wendy's was closed. So I had to eat 2 roller dogs. Those dogs, the hot dogs that sit on the rollers to eat them.
Yummy.
Those things are nasty. I think I probably should have got some Alpo. Might have been better. That's what qualifies as a diet for us out here. This is, but it's the reputation business, and now you're looking at what's remaining. Another phenomenon that.
And cue ball's kind of in between cells for the moment. Okay, let's see. I thought you were breaking up there. You're back.
Am I back?
Okay.
All right. Has anybody seen the price of used trucks, particularly from the year 1999 and older? You got guys literally out here with I've seen them all over, like Marketplace or Craigslist. I'm talking a frame rail and a cab. Guys want $6, $7, $8 for it because it's a legal VIN number that you can rebuild and get an EPA and EOB exempt truck out of it if you build it. You got guys literally wanting a lot of money for like what 3 years ago would be considered absolute junk that maybe you would have just stole some parts off of, the hard to find stuff like old door handles or crap like that, right? So owner-operators, I think now, like me particularly, we're happy where we are. You're not going to get me to break my lease with this company and come on to another company. But I think now you're either where you're happy and lucrative and liking it, or you're out of business. Those are the only 2 things I think that are left right now. There are very few of us are actually driving around with rigs that we own looking for places to work. I don't know of any owner-operators that actually want to lease on with an ATA company and make, pennies on the dollar. Meanwhile, they're making the money.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that's the biggest thing of all, which I'm not going to say killed the owner-operator, but it certainly weeded out the not very good ones. And those of us that learn to adapt either by running older rigs or just finding a situation that works or driving less. I mean, right now, I'll be honest with you, the company I'm leased on with here, owner-operators that are here, we all own our trucks. I don't think I know of an owner-operator at this company that has a truck payment. We're just holding on to the older stuff that we've had. And I'm talking, I've been here with this company for 15 years, and I've ran 3 trucks with them, but I haven't had a truck payment in quite a many years. And none of the owner-operators I know that do either. So I mean, let's be honest. What's, I forget, your Monday guest. He was talking about the EPA and all that, again, regulations. He was talking $10,000-$15,000 for emission systems. That prices guys right out of the. I mean, think about it. I have to repair an exhaust system on a truck. I could buy a quality used car for the same price.
Right.
Are you kidding me? I mean, think about it. You tell me an exhaust system on a Peterbilt is worth more than a gently used Mercedes? That's insane. No wonder why owner-operators ain't buying new trucks. No wonder why them trucks I see on Marketplace are very quite pricey for 40-year-old rigs. I mean, think about it, Steve. We're talking 40-year-old rigs. Mine's an 84. Okay, what I'm saying right now, Orwell. It's an 84 Peterbilt. Do you know what that's worth today?
What's it worth?
I have no friggin' idea, but it's worth more than I got in. I'll tell you that.
Okay.
But my point is, it's a considerable amount of money. Would you give for a nearly 40-year-old truck? I probably could get rid of it for $40,000-$50,000 if I were to sell it. Now, granted, I've rebuilt it, but the point is, that's what guys are doing to get around this nonsense.
That was the key, yeah. When they came in with these diesel particulate and all these regen systems and all that, I think the demand for glider kits went off the charts, didn't they?
Absolutely. Look at what they're doing with Fitzgerald. They're trying to run them out of business. Down there in Tennessee. A buddy of mine had bought one of those brand new. He sold it last year. He got tired of running. He got tired of all the nonsense, like he was. Now that's the other thing too. If you take a glider kit and your engine is older than a 2000, even if it's rebuilt, it's still exempt as well. Like my buddy's Peterbilt, it was a 17 or an 18 Peterbilt with a 93 60 series Detroit in it, which in my opinion was probably the most fuel efficient and economically efficient engine on planet Earth because it didn't burn a lot of fuel and it really didn't have a lot of maintenance issues to it, in my opinion. Because it also didn't have all the plethora of the rest of the problems, sensors, and so on now that you do today. But I digress. That was a 17 or 18 model truck with a 93 model engine in it. But he quit not because of all of that stuff. He quit because the rest of the industry, being away from home, the way we're treated out here. Prior to pandemic hitting, it seemed like nowadays it's like, look how law enforcement treats truck drivers now. How many years I've been saying when they do the 72-hour DOT thing, that's when we all show them and park it. That's why he quit. So yeah, guys are leaving and they're not coming back. And what are you going to replace them with? Who are you going to? When I finally hang it up and I'm done, who are you going to replace me with? No one's coming out here. My like my sons. I told them stay the hell away from this business. I want them to have nothing to do with it. And that's a common theme now. Nobody wants their kids to be truck drivers no more. So we're kind of non-replaceable. But they're still to this day doing everything they can do to push us out the door.
With the rules,
I think that's the
rules and the regulations, and then this asinine proposition to raise your minimum insurance required to $4 million, nearly $5 million.
Right. No, it all adds up. It all adds up. It's not just one. It's not just one particular thing.
Yep.
But like I said, he's saying he can't recruit owner-operators. Owner-operators that are left, that haven't died off, they're where they are. They're happy. They're lucrative, and they ain't leaving. I mean, the only way I'm quitting is if this company folds, and that don't look like it's going to happen anytime soon. So they'll outlast me, I'm pretty sure. That's how I see it.
All right. Well, Cue Ball, good to hear from you. Back-to-back nights. Good to have you with us.
Oh yeah. Maybe I'll call tomorrow, too. Later.
Okay. Be safe out there. Let's see here. Chevy guy said, my first wife said I was a loner. I can go weeks without seeing anyone. Now, cameras and being reviewed by a 20-year-old after 42 years of trucking, no chargeable accidents, e-logs, no freedom to work around our own body sleep cycle. I guess we are worth more than a dime a dozen nowadays. Yeah. That would get, kind of, you got some, new kid on the block, wet behind the ears, and you've been driving the truck for 42 years, and he's trying to give you a review, right? It's like, son, you don't know what you're talking about. All right, Chewy Garcia, as we head towards our top of the hour news update here, the text of H.R. 2687 has not officially been released on Congress.gov, the website, but the office of Garcia confirmed with Landline this past day that the bill is identical to H.R. 3781 that he introduced in the House during the previous congressional session. The Insurance Act would require trucking companies to increase their minimum liability insurance from $750,000 to $4,923,000 and some change, a hike of 556+%. The minimum insurance amount would then be adjusted every 5 years for inflation. Colin Long is a White House Director of Government Affairs, says small business truckers are under attack. Representative Garcia and anyone else who supports this bill have made it clear they don't care how hard you've worked to keep the country safe and healthy during COVID. They don't care that over 99% of damages and crashes involving a commercial motor vehicle are covered by today's minimum. They don't care about improving highway safety, or they would not be promoting policies that are going to push the safest, most experienced drivers out of the industry. All they care about is helping trial lawyers pocket some more cash when they sue truckers, towers, farmers, ranchers, manufacturers, and anyone else who moves products via truck. So he introduced the Insurance Act back in July of 2019. He reintroduced the measure for the 117th Congress in April. According to proponents of the measure, supporters, this is necessary since the minimum insurance requirement has not been increased since 1980. Garcia says families should not be saddled with long-term financial debt after dealing with the devastating injury or loss of a loved one. Still, thousands of families suffer in silence, burdened with insurmountable medical care costs for falling victim to catastrophic crashes with trucks. OIDA, however, says the increase is not necessary because most carriers already carry $1 million in insurance, and research from the Volpe National Transportation Center found the current minimum insurance level adequately covers damages in all but 0.6% of cases. That's almost less than half of 1%. 0.6%, that's it. The same Volpe report found that the average truck insurance claim was $18,000. So where did they come up with this $4 million, knocking on the door to $5 million figure? All right, news break time. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
President Biden announced Monday that the U.S. will add to its donation of COVID vaccines to the rest of the world, adding 20 million more doses to the country's commitment. The president said that over the next 6 weeks, the U.S. will send 80 million doses of vaccine overseas. It's unclear which countries will be receiving those shots. And police in California have made an arrest in the wildfire burning through the Santa Monica Mountains. Los Angeles Mayor Eric Garcetti announced that one person has been arrested accused of purposefully starting the blaze. More than 500 firefighters are currently battling the fire that has so far scorched more than 1,300 acres and forced more than 1,000 residents to evacuate. Steep terrain and dry vegetation have made controlling the fire difficult. While there have thus far been no injuries and no structures burned down, the fire remains 0% contained. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Friends, Mike Lindell is a great supporter of conservative radio, but most of all, he's a man who has invented a great USA product that will help you get a great night's sleep. For over 3 years, I've told you how the MyPillow Premium Pillow has changed my life. I get the best sleep of my life. But more importantly, the pillows don't go flat. You can wash them and dry them as many times as you want. They maintain their shape, and they are made in the USA. Here's the best deal you'll ever get on a MyPillow Premium Pillow. $29.98 for a standard or queen size pillow. King size only $5 more. You're saving $40. Go to mypillow.com, click on the radio listener square, use my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175. You can save up to 60% on any MyPillow product when you use my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and ask for the MyPillow Premium Pillow Special.
President Biden spoke with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu Monday afternoon, expressing support for a ceasefire between Israel and Hamas. According to a statement from the White House, the president discussed engaging with Egypt and other partners in the area to work towards that end. Representative Michael Waltz says the U.S. cannot falter now in its support for Israel. The Florida Republican tells Fox News that we can't choose a terrorist organization over our closest ally in the Middle East.
It is easy. Israel is our ally. Israel is a democracy. Hamas is a terrorist organization, acknowledged as a terrorist organization around the world that represses its people and is deliberately attacking civilians while deliberately hiding behind their own civilians, including hospitals, schools, playgrounds, and apparently buildings with the press inside. We need to be clear in the value and the criticality of the U.S.-Israeli relationship.
This is USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Wyatt Cox. Each and every day, the USA Radio Network produces 3 hours of the greatest radio programs of all time. Comedies, drama, suspense, it's all there. Classic radio theater. Now, if your radio station doesn't carry the program, you can find them anywhere podcasts are served, including iHeartRadio, Spotify, Spreaker. Just search for USA Classic Radio Theater. Find it. USA Classic Radio Theater. You'll love it.
An apparent dispute over a dog led to homicide in Alabama. Lance Pry with the story.
An unnamed man believed to be responsible for 2 early morning murders at Brother Bryan Park in Birmingham, Alabama, opened fire on 4 police officers Sunday afternoon, striking all officers. Birmingham police spokesman Rod Malden.
2 were struck by gunfire, which their injuries appear to be non-life-threatening at the time. They're expected to make a full recovery.
Police believe the shooting began over a dog. The assailant was fatally shot by officers during the incident.
When officers arrived, they discovered a female laying in the middle of the roadway, suffering from an apparent gunshot wound. She was rushed to the hospital where she was later pronounced deceased. We also had an adult male at that location that was found unresponsive on the sidewalk. He was pronounced deceased on the scene.
From the West Coast USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
And a coalition of human rights groups are calling for a full boycott of the 2022 Winter Olympic Games to be held in China. The groups, representing Tibetans, Uyghurs, residents of Hong Kong and Taiwan, issued a statement Monday calling on the U.S., Canada, and other nations to lead a global boycott of the Games based on China's treatment of Muslim minorities, Tibet, Taiwan, and Hong Kong. The group cites the State Department's recent report that stated genocide and crimes against humanity had taken place against Uyghur Muslims in China's Xinjiang region. Congress is set to hold a joint hearing on China's human rights record on Tuesday. For USA Radio News, I'm Dan Naraki.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Okay, jump back into it here on a Tuesday morning. Hope your week's off to a good start. It is. Brand new week off and rolling here. Let me flip over. I had a message from one of our listening friends. If I can pull it back up. All right, Timothy says, hey, Steve. Traffic stopped just south of Belleville, Ohio. There's an accident, fatalities, they claim, on I-71 North near the exit 165. I've been here hour and a half already. All right, thanks for the heads up. So beware. 71 North. Let's see. I-71 North near the exit 165 south of Belleville, Ohio. You may be there a while. All right, so there you go. Meanwhile, let me jump back over to the topic from last hour. Owner-operators, Shaky sends me an email, steve@hotshotsecret.com. Steve, I parked my old truck about 1.5, 2 years ago. Took a union spotter job. I worked 3 12-hour days and 1 6-hour day per week. I just got tired of every time I went out, I felt like I had a paycheck target on my back. All right, so everywhere you turn, you're being inspected for this, inspected for that, and fined for this. I'm assuming that's what he's saying. You're just a rolling paycheck for every community you roll through, right? Okay, back to the phones here, and should be awake. Good morning, Eagle.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, I'm wide awake tonight, brother. I was going to talk about something else, but I'll talk about it. I'll call back in a little later tonight, but I'll talk about truck driving since that's what everybody's talking about tonight. Can you hear me?
We got you, Eagle, loud and clear. Yes, sir.
Hello?
Yep.
Oh, okay, yeah, I was having a problem with my phone. Okay. No, I'll try to make sure I got enough battery left. Okay, listen, Steve, I'm a company driver, and I'm proud of it. Been a company driver since I started trucking back in 1999, 2000. I've been doing this for a long time, and I will never, ever drive an owner-operator truck. Maybe in the earlier days, back when I started driving in the 90s, 2000s, then, yeah, you could make it. You could actually earn a living and make money doing it. But, hey, I make good money. I'm not going to brag about how much money I'm making, but believe me, I'm making serious money. And I'm in a company truck, and like I said, I got full benefits. Only bad thing about my situation, Steve, is I can't go where I want to go. I got forced dispatch, and that's the only thing. That's the only problem I have. But other than that, I have no problem. We got more freight than we can handle. like I told you, Steve, they're going to have a hard time getting truckers into this profession because, first of all, the companies that hire on the new drivers, such as Swift, such as Warner, such as other loser companies like that CRST, they want these guys to operate. They pay them a set amount of money, $350 a week for your first while you out with a trainer. Nobody can afford, and that's before taxes. Nobody's going to get into truck driving making $200 a week. You can go work at your local Burger King or McDonald's and make that kind of money. Like I say, the first year, 6 months to a year is your hardest. If you can survive those, which a lot of people can't survive, especially in today's economy, they paying Joe Biden. He'll give you more money than that to sit at home and watch television. So why would a 23, 24-year-old guy want to learn how to drive a truck when old Joe Biden's gonna pay him money to sit at home and watch TV? But like I said, Steve, these companies, like I said, they ought to be put out of business. Warner, Swift, these Stevens Transport, these companies that hire on these new drivers, they new drivers, but that doesn't mean you have to use these people. Everybody needs to learn how to drive a truck, but they also need to make money in the process. Nobody can make it off $250 to $300 a week. It's driving for these people, and that's why they got so many empty trucks. Like I say, I make money and they pay me for what I do because I'm not going to drive a truck for $200 a week. I refuse to allow a trucking company to use me like that, because that's what they're doing, is using you. But like the other guy said, Steve, they got so many bad things going on. A camera. I will never ever drive a truck with a camera looking at me. If you got to have a camera installed in my truck, that means that you don't trust me. You don't think I'm capable of driving your truck. So guess what? I'm not going to drive your truck. Nobody puts a camera on me 24 hours a day. Simple as that. And anybody that's listening to me tonight, if you got a camera in your truck, you're being taken advantage of, and I don't care what you say, because I promise you they're not confiscating you for having that camera looking at you all day long. And they, like I say, they don't trust you to drive their truck because they wouldn't have a camera in there to begin with, as far as I'm concerned. And the third thing, like I said, Steve, that really hurts the owner-operator situation is the fuel prices that these guys have to pay. It's outrageous amount of money that these guys have to pay to operate a truck, and the different things like when you go out to California, air purification systems and all that. No owner operating his right mind is gonna put his rig on the road. You be better off staying in the company truck. Anything goes wrong with my truck, Steve, I got a 1-800 phone number. I can dial it 24 hours a day, and they'll have a roadman out to fix my truck, no matter if it's the transmission, motor, tires, you name it. They fix it. Ain't one dime coming out of my pocket. So I'm going to continue to stay in a company truck as long as I'm driving a truck. Simple as that. But you know something, Steve, like that other guy said, these DOTs, like Q-Ball said, truck drivers during that 72-hour blitz, all truck drivers should refuse to operate their trucks because it's nothing but a money haul. They don't care about safety. Down here in the state of Texas, I don't know how many state troopers I've seen operating when I was riding around in Texas during that 3-day period. It was ridiculous. It seemed like they probably had the whole state of Texas state troopers was on duty, and they were all over the place, hiding behind bridges, hiding under the grass. Everywhere you look, there was guys. They was doing DOT inspections on trucks, bobtails, you name it. They made serious money, and it's just totally unnecessary. But like I said, it's not about safety, and it never has been about safety. So, like I said, you want to be an owner-operator. Like I say, I respect somebody like Q-Ball. He's been doing it for longer than driving a truck, longer than I have, 40 years. He's an owner-operator. If he's making money, then that's what he needs to continue doing. Me, I choose to stay in a company truck, and I advise any new driver getting into the industry to do the same thing. There's money to be made out here in driving trucks, Steve. Believe me, there's serious money out here, and I advise any young guy that's looking to brighten his future to get into truck driving. But the problem is getting with the right people in the right company that doesn't want to use your services. And if that's what they want to do, then you'll have to move on and get with somebody else. And like I said before, Steve, that's the reason why I like to listen to your radio show. You and your dad, you guys have been around a long time, and you provided good information to people. And hopefully you'll keep doing the same thing. Because like I told the other host of your show, you got the best show on the radio at night. I don't listen to anybody else because it's nothing but garbage. So just keep doing what you're doing, Steve, and I'll continue calling in. And I thank you for taking my call tonight.
All right, thank you much, Eagle. I'm glad you was awake to chime in this morning. Good deal. I'm looking around at the. See, I said, what time is it? I've got a digital clock on the wall. It says about 10 seconds before 18 past the hour. The atomic clock says about 10 seconds from 19 past the hour. Computer screen up here says it's 22 past the hour. That's a pretty good ways off. What's this one say? 118. I think we're closer to 118, 119. I thought computers were supposed to be pretty accurate with the clocks. Maybe not. All I know is the atomic clock should be exactly correct, right? Because, yeah, that goes off the cell towers and whatnots. It's supposed to be synced up to the master clock. Either way, it's 844-844-3388. Didn't get a chance to check in with Kyle briefly earlier before the program. Hadn't talked to him in a while. He has given me a few updates and getting ready for the big racing weekend. He said this is going to be a really big one. Indianapolis is going to be the place. It's kind of he described it as a combination of two of their biggest events of the season, taking place at the same time. May the 21st through the 23rd. So coming up this weekend, you've got the Ultimate Call-Out Challenge and the ODSS. That's the Outlaw Diesel Super Series event. Two big events. UCC, the Ultimate Call-Out Challenge, brings together the best competitors in North America where they battle it out competing in a drag race, sled pull, and dyno competition. Kind of a 3 events in one. After the 3 days and the 3 events, their scores are calculated to find out who's the 2021 UCC Challenge, the Ultimate Call-Out Challenge. Yeah, find the $10 racing during the ODSS portion of the drag race with many other sponsored drivers and best diesel drag racers in the country. Did I say the $10? It's the S10. You'll find the S10 there during the ODSS. That's the Hot Shot Secret. Fastest diesel in the world competing this weekend. All right, so going to be a big, busy weekend. Hope the weather participates. That's going to be a hot one. Yeah, Kyle, you'll be in shorts and T-shirt this weekend because I think even in Indy, you're supposed to be in the upper 80s, maybe close to 90. All right, a couple from the email bag before we get back to your calls here. Shaky, you're a funny guy. He sent me a photograph, a can of Miller Lite. He said, just wanted to check in and say, hey, to all my highway heroes out there. I've started this new 96-calorie diet. Figuring a man needs 2,000 calories a day. A Miller Lite is 96 calories. That comes up to 20.83 beers per day. You know, I've made it to about 14 cans, but this diet's kicking my ass. I'm going to try to stay up and listen in. Can't make any promises. LMAO. Yes, you're a funny guy, Shaky. Yeah, 96 calories. He says he's on a Miller Lite diet, right? And Norman checking in. After 2 weeks, he's been out there fishing. Yeah, I think you headed up to the Pacific Northwest, wasn't it? After 2 weeks off, I'm back out driving tonight. Fishing was great. Checking in from Kansas. Good morning, Steve and everyone. All right, welcome back, Norman. Good to have you with us. And again, it's 844-844-3388. See what's going on with the inbred redneck.
Well, good morning, Mr. Sommers. I'm hearing all this stuff, Steve, but I think I've got a solution. Buddy.
Okay, you're always coming up with good answers.
Buddy, I think the problem is there's no more chubby waitresses out here, buddy. I mean, think about it. You know, just about all the truck stops went over to fast food. You know, these waitresses kind of spurred us truck drivers on. You know, they need to put in some old-fashioned sit-down restaurants, buddy, and let truck drivers flirt with little fat girls some more. You know what I'm saying, buddy?
You might be onto something, redneck.
But I had another thing, but Lord, buddy, I can tell you what they really need to do. Instead of running around with a big target on your back, let that DOT write you the ticket, you know. But they need to change the laws on them tickets. When it comes to commercial vehicles, anything wrong with it, let's make it truly commercial, where the corporation has to pay for it. Right, buddy?
Okay.
At least take the burden off the company driver's back. And say you got a light out, or DOT gets you for that, you know, $100 ticket, $150 ticket. I mean, that's a cheap ticket nowadays, buddy. Give it to the company, you know, instead of giving it to the driver. Now, I ain't saying that there shouldn't be some sort of recourse on the driver, you know, give him some points on his license, you know, but still at the same time, the insurance is in their name. They're pretty much telling you where to go, what time to get there, everything else. So, do you really have much choice in the matter at all? You really don't if you're a company driver, you know. The only thing you can do is say, hey, I ain't going to drive it. This ain't right. And trust me, I worked for some of the best people in the world over the years driving these trucks. And there's still times where they just say, go ahead and drive it. Just go ahead and drive it. You know, so why has it all got to fall on the driver?
Right.
You know?
Yep.
And plus, you got, you know, the world is changing. I don't know if people are really hip to it or what's going on here, Steve. But all you have to do is look at half the population of America can legally smoke marijuana. They can possess it. Hell, some of them can even grow it. You know, and I will tell you, Steve, from my young man days of experimenting with it, it tends to make you late. But, you know, the whole country is drugged besides that. Everywhere you look, it's turn on your TV. Commercials are there. You're not feeling good about yourself? Maybe you should try Ziffle Bang Bangs or something. You know what I'm saying, buddy?
Yeah.
They got an antidepressant for everything. They even got antidepressants for your dogs. And if you got a miserable population, what are you going to do? Isolate them, throw them into a truck, then you get a killer on the road, you know, and brains are squirming like a toad, like Jim Morrison said, buddy. You know, it's a different world. And plus, Steve, I mean, look at all the things that are going on in the financial markets, crypto markets. Steve, today, just today, I made $5,000 off of trading Bitcoin. Selling one coin, buying one back, selling it another time, and buying it back. I put $5,000 in my pocket. They got to get to pay on this truck driver. truck driving and prison guards and being in prison are the three worst places you ever want to be in your life. You are trapped. You have nowhere to go. And at least the prison guard gets to go home at night and kiss his wife. You know, what other job is there out here besides the military? And I don't think guys in the military get paid enough, just to tell you the truth.
Oh, yeah.
They're out there putting their neck on the line for less than minimum wage. A lot of these families are living off of welfare. I mean, it's just plain and simple. The military families are. They qualify for food stamps, and you're a government employee. So, but truck driving's no different. I mean, say, a blizzard rolls across, and they shut down the highways, and you're the unfortunate one stuck in some place that's shut down for a daggone week. And it's not unusual for that to happen. You know, what are you going to put in your pocket? Well, you didn't do any work, you know. Some companies are good enough to give you a little bit of money for sitting there, but it's few and far between, you know. I think they really need to get a minimum wage for truck drivers, hammer it out, especially guys starting. I mean, anybody's done this for any amount of time knows this ain't an easy job.
Right.
And we got to at least look at a 24-hour basis, because you are not able to pursue your life's dreams and your pursuit of happiness. You know what? What we got? 148 hours in a week. Multiply that by whatever the minimum wage is at the time, and say that is your guaranteed rate right there. If you're in a truck for a week, that's what you're going to get. And a lot of these truck companies, they want you to stay out here months at a time, Steve. Months at a time.
Yeah. And that's almost impossible to find in this day and age. That's there was a time where you could find, those independent individuals, the loners, as Chevy Guy called himself, that would be willing to do that. Yeah, those days are pretty much gone.
That's right, buddy. That's right. There are people are really too connected nowadays. You know, they got to be with their buddies. It's all playtime. It's no business time, especially with people from the 20 to 30-year-old age range. And I got 3 daughters in that 20 to 30 group, and trust me, they're some of the laziest ones you'll ever see. But I got one that's 19, and she seems to be the hardest working one out of the whole daggone bunch. Some days she puts me to shame, Steve.
Huh.
But you know the way it goes, buddy. You've heard it for years. This is a thankless job, and they got to change the conditions. And they have to be able to guarantee these people that they're going to get home when they need to get home. That's a problem a lot of truck drivers go through. And I know sometimes the companies can't help it because this shipper or that guy's holding you up at the dock. That's a whole nother discussion. You know, thank God I'm one of the guys get some detention time. I'd say there's still some guys out here don't even get that, you know. But they need to make something universal where we can get this pay up. I've said it for years. Truck drivers are fighting over pennies when they should be fighting over dollars. There's no reason in 2021 that anybody should be making less than $1 a mile. With everything inflating and everything else, this is ridiculous, you know. And that hits just about everybody out here that don't drive their own truck.
Mm-hmm.
And if you work for Walmart,
is it correct?
Whoever.
Is it correct, Redneck, that some of these companies that bring you in for training put you out there in the 55, 65 cent range still today? Is that right?
buddy, I'd like to see one that does that. I think I've seen maybe one or two that does it. But most of them, from what I can tell, it's in the 30s.
Oh, okay.
Some of them are even lower than that.
Okay.
You know. Yeah, I'm thinking maybe Maverick is the only one I have seen in the past little bit that will advertise paying students 55 to 60 cents a mile.
Wow. So and then you're out there for probably the first year or year and a half, or there's, I think one company used to, I think you had to do 120,000 miles, something like that, at that incredibly pathetic low rate. Hey, we got to pause for a news break here and get back at it. We'll come back, finish up with the Redneck. Grump's on the line, and room for you at 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
President Biden announced Monday that the U.S. will add to its donation of COVID vaccines to the rest of the world, adding 20 million more doses to the country's commitment. The president said that over the next 6 weeks, the U.S. will send 80 million doses of vaccine overseas. It's unclear, though, which countries will be receiving the shots. Former President Donald Trump will return to the political spotlight next month when he speaks at the North Carolina State Republican Convention on June 5th. His last significant public speech was at the CPAC convention in February. And the national average price of a gallon of gas has reached its highest point in the last 6 years, as supplies in parts of the Southeast remain scarce, even as the Colonial Pipeline resumes normal operations after being shut down by a ransomware attack. The national average was $3.04 on Monday, jumping 8 cents over the last week. Prices are expected to remain higher ahead of the Memorial Day weekend. This is USA Radio News.
If you have diabetes and you're on Medicare, you may qualify for a free continuous glucose monitor system. Managing your diabetes is crucial to your health. The new CGM systems can automatically manage your diabetes better for you. And by using a CGM system, you can eliminate forever one thing most people with diabetes hate the most: finger sticks. Now it's possible to manage your diabetes better, end the painful finger sticks, and get a new CGM monitoring system at little or no cost to you. We even provide in-home delivery and do all the insurance paperwork for you. Now is the best time to manage your diabetes better and get your continuous glucose monitor. Call now for details. Call 800-451-9542. 800-451-9542. 800-451-9542. That's 800-451-9542. Paid for by U.S. Med.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-632-4506.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Shy Diesel has you covered.
Getting a good night's sleep while on that long haul can be quite the challenge. That's why Commercial Vehicle Group has partnered with Serta Mattress to bring you the Bostrom plus Serta Mattress for the best night's sleep possible while you're on the road. The Bostrom plus Serta Mattress, manufactured with Serta's patented Cool Gel Memory Foam, acts to dissipate body heat and eliminate pressure points, which reduces the tossing and turning that can be so disruptive to your sleep. The Bostrom Serta mattress comes in two thicknesses, 7 and 10 inches, offering support to drivers of all shapes and sizes. The mattress comes in the standard 80-inch length with 4 widths, 32, 36, 39, and 42 inches. For more information on the mattress or where to buy, call us at 800-459-7328. That's 800-459-7328.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
All right, let's jump right back into it here. And, all right, thanks for hanging in there, Redneck.
Hey, buddy. Yeah, my pleasure. Yeah, buddy, but they got to change a bunch of this stuff. You know, we gotta turn this into a lucrative business here, like it used to be. You know, where you could say, "Hey, I make double what the common man does."
I mean, I remember hearing my dad say back in 2000, 21 years ago, drivers would be calling and saying, I made more money in the 80s than I'm making today. And that was 20 years ago.
Oh, yeah. That's what got me into this. I got to seeing it in the 80s, buddy, and I started in the early 90s, right on the tail end of that stuff, you know. And this is went crazy. The prices are way up there, but the truck driving and the truck drivers or the truck companies don't want to keep up with the inflation. So you got to do something. And we all know what the trucking companies are making. And if they're not making $5 to $6 a mile on just about every piece of freight that they touch, then they should be out of business, just to tell you the truth. But at the same time, the drivers should get more than 10% out of this. I mean, hell, I used to work for a union company out of Kentucky, and we was making 25% gross off a load, you know. And there was even better deals than that out there. You know? So they've got to do something. But the money ain't here. I mean, if you look at inflation and everything else, you may look at your check compared to what it was years ago and say, well, you know, years ago I'd run myself to death for, $900 or even back in the day when I started, it was, $500-600 you're running yourself to death. But that $500 or $600 went a long way. You could get a decent used car. Now, I ain't going to say it was the prettiest looking thing.
Right.
But you could find something to drive around in for $500 or $600. You look today, it's tenfold. And your paycheck is only doubled over the past 20, 30 years. Think about it, you know. The stars don't align right. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, sir.
And they got to cut out some of these middlemen. You know, you keep on, the broker system and the freight agents and all this stuff, which the agents really ain't that bad. It's mostly the brokers, and it's their job to be bad. It's just like the dispatchers. It's their job to be bad. It's their job to squeeze that lemon just as hard as they can and make lemonade out of you. But there comes a time when you have to say, enough's enough. Put that dirty sock on that antenna. Tie it out there high. You're too polite to tell them to kiss your butt. But we're just mean enough to tell them to smell our feet. You know what I mean, Steve?
Right, yep. Well, like you say, time to break out the dirty socks, right? Isn't it about that time again? That was, how many years ago was that? It's been a while. Time flies. All right, inflation is here, and we know it. Barron's had a report this past day. Inflation is here, and it's worrisome. Are we going to start, are we going to be looking at maybe hyperinflation? We'll tell you more on what Barron's had to say. Here's some other things we may be paying more for in short order. Are you a fan of coffee? Uh-oh. Yeah, how about oranges? Orange juice. Brazil is the world's biggest exporter of coffee, sugar, and orange juice. They just had a rainy season that brought hardly any rain. The soil is parched, river levels are low in the nation's center-south region, which is kind of the powerhouse of agricultural output in the country. Drought is so severe, farmers are worried they're going to run out of water reserves that help keep the crops alive over the next several months. The dry season. One farmer started irrigating his Arabica coffee crops in March, 2 months earlier than normal, after his 131-acre plantation got less than half the rain it needed. He's using so much water for the plants that there isn't enough left for his home. In order to keep the showers and faucets running, he had to search for another well. Many reservoirs are drying up. That usually doesn't happen till August, says another. I'm really concerned about running out of water in the coming months. The prospect of withering orange trees and coffee plants comes at a time when agricultural crops are rallying to multi-year highs, which has fanned fears of food inflation. Higher food costs may exacerbate hunger, a problem around the globe that the COVID-19 pandemic has even made more acute. Coffee and raw sugar contracts on the ICE Futures Exchange have already touched 4-year highs, they tell us. Now, if even irrigated areas can't get enough water, Brazil's coffee and orange output may decline for a second year in the row. The current orange crop shrunk 31% from the previous year, the most in 33 years. And productions of Arabica coffee, the high-end kind used by some of the chains like Starbucks, is also dropping sharply. Rainfall was disastrously low for many areas in São Paulo from January to April. The worst-hit areas received less than half the normal precipitation at a critical time when coffee plants need moisture for the beans to grow. It's also a period when the soil stores water to cope with the upcoming dry season. It's all coming together in the perfect storm. While a dry spell is typical for this time of year in Brazil, it's expected to last longer than usual. Regular rains will return to the region between October and November rather than September this year. About 30% of the orange crop and 15% of the coffee fields are irrigated. Then that ain't much. Levels of rivers and lakes also very concerning there. All right, the situation is becoming critical for orange groves. According to one farmer, said he's had irrigation systems turned on for most of the time since January. Water reservoirs are drying up. Again, depleted just ahead of the dry season. All right, back to your calls here, and who's next up? I believe we've got the Grump on the line. Hello, Grump.
What's up, Steve? Glad to hear everybody talking about trucking tonight. I guess that's a subject near and dear to all our hearts, right?
Yes, sir.
We talk about wages. Right now the median wage for truck driver, the average wage for truck driver is $3,000 less than the average worker. We're looking at about $43,000 a year right now for truck drivers, and that's just under the latest census that they had on it. Trucking is, it's always been this crazy dynamic of events, and things like that for a job. When you look at trucking, it's made. It used to be handed down. I mean, you could look at the jobs and stuff and the owner operators, and when Dad retired, he passed keys to the son. That's not happening now. It's not happening for quite a few reasons, but people like to blame a lot of things on trucking. They like to blame the wages and everything. The low wages, and they say, well, like inbred redneck there just said, we're dead here $5-6 a mile. Well, yeah, that's true in some industries. Some parts of this industry it is. But it's even at that point, everybody's got their damn hand out. I just did my taxes. All right. I pay my quarterly taxes every damn quarter, and I still got stuck with another $11,000 of tax. And when I look at everybody that's got their hand out for whatever reason, it pisses you off. I mean, it really does. It's a lot of that is drove, mom and pop companies out. I mean, it just drove them out of business. They didn't want to pass that on to the son or to whoever. We're talking about an industry. It's made up of 90% male, right now. 66% of that is white male, and that's actually came down from what it was. I don't know where in the hell it's going to end at. He was talking about brokers, taking so much of the pie, and stuff like that. Well, true and not true. Okay. When we went to deregulation back in the 80s, and when Jimmy Carter signed that Motor Carrier Act of 1980, and it started deregulating the industry, back then we only had about 58 to 60,000 trucking companies. About 90% of this industry, or well, not 90%, but I think it was 72 or something like that, 72% from 1973 up to deregulation was unionized jobs here in the industry. Okay, Ted Kennedy, the whole logic behind writing the Motor Carrier Act of 1980, he wrote it. It was written by a damn Democrat. Was to bust up the union. He said they had too much power. All right, they needed to do something besides have all these union. You was either union or you was out here, running, grain or whatever. There's just a lot of different things that is taken care of. That's taken place in this industry that has changed. I mean, it's changed completely. Look at us now, Steve. We got over 700,000 trucking companies. 700,000. And this is still an industry that only has about 3.6 million trucks on the road. So when we look at that, where's all the truck drivers going? Well, there's a lot of different things that we have to look at too. I mean, look at the lease industry. Let it come up. Hang on, just a second here. I got a guy coming up. Yeah, door two. Oh, okay. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, he wants me to unload.
Multitasking.
When you look at it, man, it's just been crazy. I mean, we've been in up and down on wages. Wages are pretty damn good if you think about it. But the expenses that goes along with the wages and the inflation and everything is just enormous. I look at, I can look at the amount of money that I make. I make a damn good living. But my God, I had a head put on my truck last year, last December. A head and injectors and things like that. Well, you're talking $12,000 that come out of my pocket. And I remember a time when it wouldn't have cost probably, hell, I don't know. I could have got it all done for probably $4,300. It don't happen now. When fuel prices and things like that started going through the roof, everything went sky high. It stayed there. There was tire prices, everything. There was no coming down for this stuff. It just amazes me how we're supposed to just roll over on things. The trucking industry is supposed to, owner operators and companies, companies also, the expenses and everything is you're supposed to eat it. Wait till a fuel surcharge catches up to you, then everything will be fine. Well, they keep talking about rates as, pretty good. And I'm in an industry, that rates are damn good. I think I hauled, in the last 24 hours, I made $4,200. Where else am I going to do that at? But, like I said, I own a glider. I chose that. It's cost me a lot of money. I've had to fix the damn thing numerous times. The engine blew up 3 years ago. There's just a lot of this and that that's involved in trucking. And we either take it with the good or the bad. I mean, it's just the way it is. There's, who in the hell's going to come into an industry right now, uneducated, number one, right out of high school, or well, I say right out of high school, that's what they're wanting to push. But you know what I'm saying, where you can make this kind of money, if you get with some of these shyster companies and they start this crap of, wanting you to pay back your school and everything else, and paying these guys just a little bit of nothing. Well, hell yeah, it's going to, that puts a bad taste in people's mouth and they don't stick around. Why would they? I wouldn't. I mean, it's just absolutely crazy that some of these guys are still making 30 cents a mile when the average, supposedly right now, according to the census, is about 54 cents a mile. That's what they're saying is the average right now. So I don't know, man. I'm telling you, it's, I love my job. I, make a damn good living at it. It's everything that I own, everything that I have. I can tell you right now, it's come from a truck. But I've always been a penny pincher, a miser, if you will. I've always been somebody that, I don't need a lot of bling on my damn truck. And it always pisses me off when I see a truckload or a truck driver going down the damn road, or something like that with 1,000 pieces of chrome and every light in the world on the damn thing, and he's got a mouthful of rotten teeth, And I'm thinking, damn, what are you taking care of? There's a reason why truck drivers are dying at 61 years old. And buddy, I'm right there, But I guess, Steve, when you look at it and you want to break it down into what causes this industry to go haywire, there still is the companies that are saying, okay, for every damn 5-6 weeks out here on the road, I'll give you, or every week I get you out here on the road, I'll give you one day off with your family. Who in the hell wants that?
Mm-hmm.
When you get to looking at it, it's we're not married to these damn trucks. At least I'm not. I've been off more this year. I've been off 7 weeks this year. Granted, a couple of weeks of it was, eye surgery, but I'm just not going to stay in this damn truck all the time anymore. But I'm in a position where a lot of people aren't. And it's just the thing of it is that guys just don't want to come into this industry and look at it like, I'm going to go out here and I'm going to lease a truck and I'm going to call myself an owner-operator, number one. No, you're not. You're married to that damn company. Anytime that you lease a truck, you read the fine print. Read the fine print quite well. Look at Arrow. Remember Arrow Trucking? When they went out of business, all them guys that were buying trucks through the company, what happened to them? They lost their ass. Everything they had invested in that truck, every dollar that they had in their maintenance accounts was gone. So, I would say the whole thing about buying a truck or about trucking in general is, if you want to buy a truck, go ahead and buy one. If you want to be an owner-operator, be one. But go to a dealer, a reputable dealer, get one with a warranty on it. Don't pay a ton of damn money for it. And set yourself up with a good accountant and let them talk to you about being a truck driver, that actually knows the industry. I can tell you, my accountant has saved my ass I don't know how many times. He's one of them that's got me into investing in stocks and things like that. And we've done really well. Right now, I don't know how the hell it's going to work out, with Joe Biden in office and, the stock market running up and down, and that affects everything, and inflation. You just talked about inflation. Well, hell, when it's going to take more dollars to buy less goods, that screws truck drivers, so The only thing I can say to people is let's just ride the wave and see what happens. Let's just ride it out right now. And I'm in the food industry, and we're hauling meats and turkey, just different things. But everybody's got to eat, so you got to pick and choose your own fights in this industry. If you're going to be in general freight that every Tom, Dick, and damn Harry's in, yeah, you're going to lose your ass because number one, they're bringing so many foreign drivers into this industry right now, and that's what they go after. When you look at the boards right now, there's over 350,000 brokers on the boards right now.
Wow,
over 350,000. But inbred rednecks said that they're causing the most pain. No, they're not. The freight agents are. The freight agents work directly for a company, and for a shipper or receiver. And what happens? The freight agents will set the damn rate on there, and whoever gets it the lowest, the rest of it goes in his pocket. On a broker, at least you got some wiggle room there. You're going to be able to see exactly what if you want the rate sheets, you can get them. I mean, I wouldn't haul a load without getting a rate sheet on it. But a lot of these guys are, they don't know that, and they go at these freight agents. They'll hire somebody or they'll talk to somebody and say, hey, talk to this freight agent and let them get you some loads. Well, hell, you just screwed yourself because the freight agent's going to take, as much as they possibly can, 16, 18, 20%. And they're not a damn broker or anything. They're just somebody that works for that shipper or for that receiver that is trying to find a truck. So, it's a big world. We've screwed it up, with, I guess with all the bickering and stuff like that. We've shot ourselves in the foot. Look at map 21 when they was talking about e-logs. Cue Ball brought that up. He was talking about e-logs. But, when you only got 1,700 people that comments out of 3.5 million on e-logs, guess what? You just screwed yourself, and you're going to have e-logs. And he said, talked about Donald Trump, didn't do anything about it. Well, when you got Elaine Chao, and guess, her and Chris Spear were best buds. He's in charge of the ATA, and they advocated for e-logs. So, no, she wasn't going to go against him. It's, it's like I said, it's just an industry. It's a dog-eat-dog world, and, I hope the hell that I just hope that people comes in here with the idea that, I want to be a part of something, instead of this, I'm just going to do trucking until I find something better comes along. Well, I wish the hell you'd just stay as a whopper flopper or whatever it is. Because, that's the people that comes in here with this attitude that they don't give a rat's ass anyway. They're here for a year or so, and then they're gone, and they could care less, and, it just screws every damn thing else up. So.
Or they want to be they want to be like the bridge inspector that goes out to inspect the bridge and doesn't inspect the damn thing, right? I don't know how many bridges that individual, because if the same guy that inspected the I-40 bridge in 2019 and again in 2020, I would assume he's probably inspected numerous other bridges in and around the Memphis area, right? I mean, that's kind of their job. Yeah, heaven forbid they find something he might have missed on the I-55 bridge, but they're re-inspecting anything that individual had inspected in the last couple of years, because obviously he wasn't really doing anything. All right, we're up to news update, top of the hour. We'll get back to your calls just ahead at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
President Biden announced Monday that the U.S. will add to its donation of COVID vaccines to the rest of the world, adding 20 million more doses to the country's commitment. The president said that over the next 6 weeks, the U.S. will send 80 million doses of vaccine overseas. It's unclear, though, which countries will be receiving the shots. Former President Donald Trump will return to the political spotlight next month when he speaks at the North Carolina State Republican Convention on June 5th. His last significant public speech was at the CPAC convention in February. And the national average price of a gallon of gas has reached its highest point in the last 6 years, as supplies in parts of the Southeast remain scarce, even as the Colonial Pipeline resumes normal operations after being shut down by a ransomware attack. The national average was $3.04 on Monday, jumping 8 cents over the last week. Prices are expected to remain higher ahead of the Memorial Day weekend. This is USA Radio News.
At the American Veterinary Medical Association Annual Convention in Washington, D.C., I spoke with Dr. John Howe, AVMA president, about One Health.
One Health is really a collaboration between physicians and veterinarians or public health officials. For example, in Minnesota, our state public health veterinarian deals with zoonotic diseases, rabies, for example. Animals are sentinels for humans, and humans are sentinels for some infections in animals.
There's more valuable information at avma.org.
Are you tired of high cable TV rates? Sign up for Dish today and get a $500 bonus offer while supplies last. Plus, lock in your price for 2 years guaranteed. Call All American Dish, your Dish authorized retailer now.
800-610-5739. 800-610-5739. That's 800-610-5739. Offers require credit qualification, 24-month commitment, early termination fee, and auto pay. Restrictions apply. Call for details.
A wildfire continues to burn in the mountains near Los Angeles. Lance Pry reports.
A brush fire in Topanga Canyon, California gained strength Sunday as about 1,000 residents remain under mandatory evacuation orders. At least one water-dropping helicopter from Ventura County had been helping with the firefight. LA Fire Department says the dense vegetation is very dry and has not burned in 50-plus years. The Palisades fire has been deemed suspicious. Arson investigators identified one individual who was detained and released. Investigators then detained a second suspect and were questioning them Sunday evening. From the West Coast USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
One of the individuals questioned about the blaze was arrested later on Monday. Los Angeles Fire Department officials say the man was detained Sunday and was being treated for smoke inhalation, but did not release the suspect's name or any further details about the investigation. About 500 firefighters are trying to control the blaze that is currently 23% contained. You're listening to USA Radio News.
You've heard me talking about MyPillow for 3 years, folks. It's the truth. I get the best sleep of my life with a MyPillow. You can do it too. 60-day money-back guarantee, 10-year warranty, made in the USA. You'll sleep well or you'll get your money back. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, use my promo code USA, get 2 MyPillow premium pillows for the price of one, or call 1-800-951-8175. Get the best sleep of your life and do it now.
The conflict between Israel and Hamas is now in its second week with no clear end in sight. President Biden told Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu in a Monday phone call that he would support a ceasefire between the two parties, with Hamas militants continuing to fire rockets into Israel and Israeli defense forces responding with airstrikes into Gaza. Former U.S. Ambassador to Israel, David Friedman, believes the root cause of the conflict is a power move by Hamas. He tells Newsmax TV that the organization had previously been constrained by the policies of the Trump administration.
I think part of it is the fact that Hamas was ahead in the Palestinian elections, and the Palestinian Authority canceled the elections, and this is the way for Hamas to burnish its credentials, if you will, with the Palestinian people. They can't go to the ballot box. They're going to show how good they are at killing Israelis. So that's, I think, the primary part of it. But look, when we were in office, we sent a message loud and clear to all of Israel's enemies that when Israel is attacked, there will be no handcuffs, no restraints that we put on Israel. We will allow Israel, we will encourage Israel to defend itself by itself as it is necessary to defend its own citizens. And I think that message was heard loud and clear by Hamas, by Hezbollah, by others. And I think there was a certain amount of restraint we saw over the last 4 years. The last 4 years were 4 of the quietest years over the last 3 or 4 decades. So I'd like to think that our policy helped that.
For USA Radio News, I'm Dan Naraki.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Yeah, we're back. Not typically the place you'd expect to be talking about a forest fire, right? New Jersey. Let me see here. Firefighters, they tell us, are getting the upper hand on a wildfire that was out of control overnight, Sunday night into Monday. At one point, it was getting dangerously close to about 100 structures. By Monday afternoon, the structures threatened was down to about 30. All right, wildfire near Little Egg Harbor Township, first spotted about 4 in the afternoon Sunday, burning in an area with limited accessibility inside the Bass River State Forest. At one point, the blaze was east of the Garden State Parkway and close to the Ocean and Burlington County lines. So in order to protect some of the structures, fire personnel conducted burnout operations, setting some small controlled fires in several areas along Route 9, which was closed because of the smoke. All right, let's see. Voluntary evacuations were announced, and there was a middle school being used as a shelter. In New Jersey, they tell us, the peak wildfire season is like mid-March through May. Nearly all the fires there are caused by accidents, negligence, or arson. But an update on that story for you there. Meanwhile, back to your calls here. Thanks for hanging in there. I'm not sure who exactly is on this particular line, but wanted to talk about, I guess, the trucking thing. And who we got?
Got Richard here. There's like different kinds of trucking, like there's different kind of radios. Like, for me to do flatbed, it'd be like you going to WQED and take Jim Cunningham's job with the orchestra, and are you able to conduct the orchestra or play an instrument? It's the same thing in trucking. You know, I did the reefer, I did the containers, but people will do things to get home often, like pull the containers, but the oil well industry is taking a lot of drivers for frack sand and frack water out of the game. And that's why you have a lot of these foreigners coming over here with the lease purchase. They don't have household expenses. They're living in the truck. They're able to complete their lease and walk away with the truck because they don't have to maintain a house and a family at home because both husband and wife live in the truck.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And like Arctic was an infamous one for lease purchase. And I seen them trucks being driven by the foreigners because they can and they made the lease. And when they make their lease and they get the title, they'll come over to where I'm at, where the money's good. And what doesn't make sense about reefer, you have a heavier load. Like you have a heavy box and you give it to FedEx, and your wife gives a box with a pillow in it, or my pillow's in one of the boxes going from Cincinnati to Dallas. But you, with the loaded box of canned goods, is going to pay more than your wife that's shipping a couple pillows in the same size box at FedEx. But reefer is heavier than the dry vans, but it pays less, and I don't understand that. And you got to feed the trailer, you got to maintain the machinery on the trailer from breaking down, and you pay twice as much for a reefer as you do a dry van. Then you got the wait times and the shenanigans of the shippers and receivers holding you up to load you, holding you up to unload you.
Yeah.
And And to me, that doesn't make sense when you could pull for FedEx Freight terminal to terminal. Sure, I might make a little less there than I did with Arctic, but I'm netting more money because you're not spending it, and it costs more fuel to drag at lesser pay and heavier load. Then one time, I put sand in my dispatcher's friction reducer. How I did that, there was snow in west of Denver. I drove down to Las Cruces and went across to L.A. She says, you're driving out of route. You're driving out of route, raising all kind of hell. But guess what happened? The other 4 trucks got stuck on Vail Pass when they closed 70, and I was there a day and a half ahead of the other trucks. And she didn't understand why I went out of route.
Yeah.
If you know, to go around the weather and avoid the and when you have a change in elevation, you have a bigger fuel bill. People don't realize that. Do you?
Well, yeah, it makes sense to me, what you're saying there. And I guess she was kind of surprised the fact that you went out of route, but you got there first. But that that was the commonsensical thing to, you gotta pay attention. And when you get plenty of advance warning that the inclement weather's coming, and you got to say, okay, I think I'll jump up and take the northern route, or I'll drop down and take the southern route, rather than getting stuck trying to cross some of those passes in the winter months. All right, who's next up here? Looks like Big Ed's on the line checking in. How we been, Big Ed?
Well, I've been good, Steve. How you doing?
Doing well here. Waiting for the arrival of the new pool. Then I got to get in. Then I got to get a hold of my install guy.
I seen that family picture. Was Beth in that picture? I didn't see her.
No, my daughter. Yeah, Beth is. She's actually down walking the white sand beaches down there, right along the Florida-Alabama line there.
Okay, because I thought, well, Beth ain't in that picture.
Yeah, she's
but
on
that was a good
vacation.
picture.
Yep.
Boy, that's a great conversation you got going here tonight. Now, would you say if an individual, whether owner, operator, company driver, or whatever, is putting $48,000 to $50,000 a year in a personal savings account, would you say that individual's bottom of the line, top of the line, successful, or should he be more successful?
It sounds pretty much, that'd be considered, I guess, middle class.
So if you're taking $48,000 a year and putting it in a personal savings account where you got access to it, that would be middle class.
Well, are you saying you're banking that much and still being able to pay your bills on top of that?
Yes.
Well, I think I'd be doing pretty damn good if I could bank $48,000 a year, because I'm not doing that, Big Ed.
All right. Well, because I am. That's no lie. I'm not lying to you. Now I'm going to get Moose, just based on talking to him, the way he runs his personal life, and that he's owner-operator. Grump, you can tell he's got his act together. Monkey got it. I've got my act together, and I'm a company driver. I don't want to be an owner-operator. I'm successful as a company driver. I'm at the top of my game. How many years of college would we, or an individual would have to go through to get the knowledge and the understanding of how to come out here and be successful, such as me, such as Grump, or Monkey Gouger, or Moose, or any of these other guys that are successful? Now I've been lucky. I'm successful, and this license, this CDL that I've got in my pocket, is what got me to this point. And being, I'm not chintzy, Steve. I don't live frugal, but I was able to take my profession and a lot of what these guys are talking about as a company driver and put it all together and be in the position where I'm at, where I'm on the downhill side. Because in 3 years, I don't care how much money I'm making. I don't care how much money I got in the bank. I'm going to reach over and I'm going to turn that key off July the 11th, 2024. And I'm going to just walk away from it. I could do it today, but I don't want to. I've set my goal. And I'm going to reach my goal. 3 more years, I'm going to turn that key off, and I'm going to walk out of here successful. Pray to God I don't get in a wreck. But all the knowledge, let's look at gas. They're needing gas haulers. You know I've got tanker experience.
Yeah.
I've hauled gas. I left the oil field a year ago because the bottom just crashed. And I still had my hazmat. I didn't miss a paycheck. I walked from that over to road trucking. But when I went to Florida, right before I left, January of 2020, I had to get my hazmat renewed. I had to pay for the damn background check. I had to pay for the license. I had to take the test. I moved to Florida, changed my license. I had to pay for the background check. I had to renew my license. I had to retake the test. When I come back to Oklahoma, guess what? They said, you got to take the test. You got to pay for the background check. You got to renew your license. I told them to take the damn hazmat, shove it straight up their ass, man. 3 times in less than a year. That's a racket.
Mm-hmm.
Those jobs, hauling gas, even hauling crude oil, what you have to put up with to maintain that job is just not worth it. The background checks, the license, it's just not worth it. This job I've got right now, I don't have to have that hazmat, so I let it go. I don't care how much they beg me to get back in a tanker. It's not going to happen. They don't have the money to pay me to make me want to ever get back. They pay me $200,000 a year, and I tell them to go to hell. It's not worth the headaches. But to get to where I'm at now, you get to where Moose is or Grump or Monkey Gouger or whoever, we have gone through some major headaches to get here. We've earned our stripes. I understand these guys. I understand they're saying these new drivers need to come in and they need to make money. In my opinion, yes, they need to make money, but I damn sure don't think they should be making the same money I'm making or being able to do what I'm doing, because I've had to earn my stripes, Steve. I work for it. I paid my dues. I ain't saying you got to starve them to death.
Right.
But I also say
everyone has to start somewhere.
They've got to make money.
You got to start somewhere, but yeah, you can't expect them to start and you starve to death, like you said, for the first year and a half, 2 years.
Right. You don't want them to, and that I don't want to see none of them starve to death, but I also don't want to see none of them walk in there making the same damn money I've made, that I've worked. I've educated myself. I operate in accordance with the federal government, the laws, and you got to understand those laws. And you see it all the time. I see people broke down on the highway, don't even put out the triangle. You know, everybody knows when you break down, you got to put those triangles out. People do it all the time. They're sitting there with their flashers on, with their hoods up, don't even have the triangles. I'm like, hey, somebody hit you.
You're in trouble.
You're in fault.
Yep.
I got hit years ago. I was broke down on the side of that. The truck just died. I got it off the shoulder. I was over the yellow line. But by God, I had my triangles out. The boy hit me. I didn't get no ticket. He did. But those things you've got to learn. You've got to learn where you can go in these trucks. You're not going to be hitting a damn low clearance bridge if you understand what it is you're supposed to be doing and where you're supposed to be and where you're not supposed to be. And a lot of that's looking at the old-fashioned map. A lot of that is paying attention to the road signs. A lot of that's picking up your phone and calling in and say, hey, this area I'm coming in, is there any obstacles I need to be looking for? A lot of that's not pulling into these damn restaurants where the trucks ain't supposed to be. A lot of that's not leaving your damn trash out there for somebody else to pick up. And there's so much, Steve. And yeah, I understand too the home time. But to do our job, now the ELDs is making it where the companies pretty well got to try to keep you in a regional lane where you're probably going to get home. Okay? But if you really want to make that money and you're getting paid by the miles, you got to stay out here and do it. And you got to be prepared to pay the dues. And it's hard on the marriage life. I know it is. Drivers have been divorced because of it.
Right.
So.
And for many, many years.
But how many years
you were
college?
You were out there with the better half. And I mean, you were both driving.
Right, and that's what makes me sick, Steve, because I've seen a company, but what it was going to require was for you to stay out there and run. Hey, they was offered for a team $200,000 a year, buddy. That's some damn good money for a husband and wife. And I don't think there was any catches to it other than the fact you were going to have to stay out there and run. Where, see, I'm in a position now because I'm a widower, so I don't have really an issue as far as I want to be home every weekend. Now, this company that I'm working for, I'm running a regional lane, but I'm getting dedicated pay. So some weeks my pay will average $1.30. I think the best week was $1.50 a mile. Company drivers, Steve. Now, some weeks it's 60-some cents or 80 cents. It all depends how many miles I run. But I base it on that dedicated pay. Based on the work I'm doing, based on I get plenty of downtime, get plenty of rest. Like tonight I'm calling in, I'm actually on my body clock. I get to control my body clock. So this is a great company. I'm not forced dispatch like Eagle was talking about. Hey, if I don't want the load, I ain't going to take it. I'm sorry. I'm tired. Don't feel good. I'm pull over right now. I can't crank up till 11 o'clock in the morning, Central Time. So, it's just, but how many years to get to this position? You take anybody in any kind of trade or college, and even some of the college people coming out starting into whatever field their endeavor is, they're not getting that much money because they've got to pay their dues. This is still successful no matter the rules and regulations that we have shoved down our throats that we have to learn. And so how many years? 4, 5 years of college? At what point would you take my experience, Moose's experience, Grump's experience, Monkey Geyser's experience, and compare it to a master's degree in education? Are you with me?
I'm trying to ponder. I don't know, how long would it be? What's your answer?
I don't know. I'm just, but I'm hearing everybody saying, well, the drivers ain't going to come out here because they ain't going to make no money. Well, so are we supposed to just give them all that money and they supposed to get all that money and just come out here and not earn it? I don't know. That's what I'm throwing out there. Maybe somebody else can answer
right.
that. Yeah. I ain't saying I've got a doctorate in trucking. Maybe Moose has got a doctorate. Just, but there's an education line that we have to follow, and that you as an individual have to teach yourself to do the job right, to stay safe. I turned that key off in 3 years. I haven't run over and killed nobody. I've been a successful driver.
Yeah. And you mentioned that.
How many drivers out there?
You're looking at, you're another veteran, experienced, many years driver, safe out on the road. Moose is, he's talking about, leaning in the same direction. I wouldn't be surprised if he's getting out of the business close to the same time you are. He's been dropping that hint, on several occasions. I'm just ready to get out of it, And so who's going to replace? Right. Who's going to replace you guys?
That's a big question mark. Who's going to replace us? We can be replaced, but to be replaced by somebody. Because I say we're the quintessential professional truck driver. At least I feel like I am. I'm sure Moose is. A lot of your callers that call in are quintessential professional truck driver. The word professional. And even listening to your show, I'm thinking, what would you think your average age of your callers are? Do you have lots and lots of young people calling into this show, Steve?
Nope. Yeah, they're people in,
think about it.
40s, 50s, 60s.
Yeah, I'm going to say the 50s. Well, there's a few 40s in there. Those guys, somebody called yesterday, right after 4 o'clock. Some of the guys that are fairly young, what I call in the 40s, those are the guys that's going to replace us. But how many of them are out there, we don't know.
Yeah.
There's a whole lot of them not calling into the show. But I'm just throwing that out there. Man, it's been a great topic. Man, there's just a lot to it, Steve, and so how many years of college should it take to get a good education like we have? And if you compared it to college degree, what kind of degree would we be having in truck? Man. All right, Steve, that's all my input. I just want to feed that out there to you.
Yeah, and even with the college degree, to be able to to live, pay your bills, and bank $48,000 in a saving account per year, that's pretty successful, Ed. Real quick before we hit our news break, I'm looking at someone took the photograph of it's a White Castle restaurant on the east side of Cincinnati, apparently. Not sure the exact location. But it's got the business hours. White Castles are notorious for being like 24/7. Anytime you want a White Castle, they're open, right? This particular restaurant, I think it's because they can't find any damn buddy to work. Essentially, they're not even doing the breakfast. Open Sunday through Thursday, 11 a.m. to 7 p.m. That's dining room hours. That's drive-through hours. Friday and Saturday, it's changed the same, 11 a.m. to 7 p.m. Closing at 7 o'clock in the damn evening because they can't find anybody to work. Isn't that something? All right, it's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
Target and CVS are the latest retailers to drop mask requirements in their locations for fully vaccinated individuals, unless required by local mandate. They join Walmart, Starbucks, Trader Joe's, and others who have adjusted their policies after the CDC announced its new guidelines for indoor mask wearing. Target added that fully vaccinated employees will be able to work without masks, though CVS says it will still require its associates to mask up. Both retailers say they will continue to ask those who are unvaccinated to wear face coverings in their stores. And a coalition of human rights groups are calling for a full boycott of the 2022 Winter Olympic Games to be held in China. The group issued a statement Monday calling on the U.S., Canada, and other nations to lead a global boycott of the Games based on China's treatment of Muslim minorities, Tibet, Taiwan, and Hong Kong. The group cites the State Department's recent report that stated genocide and crimes against humanity had taken place against Uyghur Muslims in China's Xinjiang region. This is USA Radio News.
I owed the IRS $10,000.
The IRS garnished my wages.
They put a lien on my house. The IRS is the most powerful collection agency in the world. They do not give up until you pay.
I couldn't sleep. We were being audited. I called Tax Solutions Now, and a great big weight was lifted off my shoulders.
I called Tax Solutions Now, and they got the IRS off my back.
Tax Solutions Now had my wage garnishment lifted in 48 hours.
Tax Solutions Now can get you help. Our agents know the rules, can stop the pain, and get you the best deal. We connect you with a team of former IRS agents and tax professionals who will get the IRS off your back.
We saved our home and overcame the most powerful collection agency in the world.
Call Tax Solutions now. Time is running out. Call 800-987-0577. 800-987-0577. 800-987-0577. 800-987-0577.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels leave injector deposits causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, including the tank, lines, pump, and the injectors.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits, to maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system. There's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years. I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook. All right, we're back. Good to have you with us on a Tuesday morning. Let me real quick jump over to, I mentioned a Barron's report this past day. And we'll get back to the topic at hand. Hey, table scraps, thanks. You brought up a topic that sparked a lot of interest. Talking about trucking. All right, we all know inflation is here. The Federal Reserve insists it's temporary, right? As prices will go lower as the pandemic becomes less of an issue. At least that's the message they're trying to send. But what if the Fed's wrong or only half right? The economy would be weaker than it appears. The trend is not the Fed's friend, according to Apollo Global Management chief economist. Speaking to Barron's, grocery shoppers, home buyers, manufacturers, retailers all say their dollars are buying less. And their day-to-day survival cannot ignore the food and energy costs that are backed out of price metrics preferred by the policymakers. Average Americans also notice the 17% jump in existing home prices that is not directly figured into the gauges. They say it's all temporary. It's a supply chain issue, and that there's this huge demand. Prices overall, lumber, steel, labor, it's a vicious cycle. If it cost me 20% extra to build, rent has to go up 20%. Investors are already concerned that the Fed might be behind the curve. Consumer price index data this past week showing prices rose 4.2% in April without food and energy included. A record number of industries or businesses say they can't find workers. Inventories are low, and a record number of companies say they plan to raise their prices as they predict costs rapidly rising. For the average American household, that means food, energy, and shelter combined represents 50% of income before taxes. But fiscal and monetary policy remains unchanged, geared toward an economy that's stuck in recession. Fed Chairman Jerome Powell and other key central bankers say inflation figures that have risen are about reopening bursts and comparisons to data gathered during the pandemic-driven lockdowns. It's just a transition factor. As the economy recovers faster, the government will pay enhanced unemployment benefits until September. Child care remains an issue. Big employers like Amazon raised their starting wage to $15 an hour. Other companies are scrambling to hire, some offering sizable sign-on bonuses, anything from pizza delivery drivers to truckers and dental hygienists. I don't know where all the unemployed people are. It's almost impossible to hire. The difference between reported price inflation and the experiences of consumers and businesses is a signal to investors that inflation is hotter than it looks. All right, implications of this disconnect are vast, affecting investment returns, inflation expectations, interest rates, not to mention Social Security payments, tax bracket adjustments, and economic growth calculations. All you have to do is open your eyes and see there's inflation pressure everywhere. We are in stimulus shock, is the word he used. Yeah, overdoing it. Yardeni points to the 26% year-over-year increase in M2 money supply, the target gain since 1943, as fiscal spending in response to the pandemic has topped $5 trillion. M1, or what they call very liquid money in circulation, is up by 316%. The Fed, meanwhile, has shown no signs of slowing the $120 billion in monthly purchases of treasuries and mortgage-backed securities that they started in response to the pandemic. It's possible the Fed is right, that soaring prices and everything from lumber to labor will drop once the COVID fades. Inflation, at least as measured, could return to being as elusive as it was in the prior decade after a quarter or two, especially if legislators will rein in the spending. But I don't see that on the horizon. Do you? Because right now we're talking trillions of dollars more in spending. The disappointing hiring numbers, 266,000 jobs added, way below the 975,000 that economists expected. You know, one feature of the great mid-60s to early 1980s inflation was what they called a buy-in-advance mentality, where consumers buy today and reinforce pricing pressures out of fear of higher prices tomorrow. There is evidence that approach is returning. Yeah, we're paying more. Yeah, you gotta hope the Fed's right, but you know they've been known to be wrong on more than one occasion. Good morning, Big Moose. What do you say?
Hey, bud. Afraid to say it. Playing truck driver, you?
Yeah, playing radio.
I heard that. I tell you what, I like this topic tonight. This is a good discussion point. I'll make a few things, kind of reiterate what Big Ed and some others have said there. You know, you got to pay a lot of dues in this industry. Okay? And you're going to have to adapt in this industry. And Lord knows, I can tell you, I've swallowed a lot of pills I didn't want to swallow. E-log, I had to swallow that pill. Deaf fluid, I had to swallow that pill. Hours of service change, I swallowed that pill. You know, here's the thing, folks. Complacency breeds inefficiency. Inefficiency kills productivity, and productivity is what's writing your paycheck. And I don't care what you're doing, who you're doing, or who you're doing it for. You can't be complacent. You got to stay on top of any business you're in. I don't care what it is. I don't care if it's truck driving or saddle making or being a custodian at the local high school. I mean, you're going to have to, the difference between a job and a career is how much you're willing to invest in it. And there's so many people jumping into this industry wanting to take, and then wonder why it doesn't return any favors to them. You know, well, you got to, just like anything else, you know, you got to reap, you got to sow before you reap. And there's a lot of them coming in here to reap that have never sowed a road, you know. And you know, I'm not going to talk money, because my money ain't nobody's business. I don't expect to hear nobody else talk about money, because that's their business. I tell you something, a wise old man told me a long time ago, and I never forgot it. If you want to get yourself in a heap of trouble real quick, let the whole world know what's going on with your bank account or what's going on in your bedroom. Them's the two things you need to keep to yourself. And but I tell you what, this truck that I'm driving is a 2020 year model, and I had this truck paid for before I ever went to the dealership to buy it. You know, I knew that was an investment I was going to have to make. That money was made before I ever went to the dealership to pick this one up. And when I got it, I've got 4 trucks now. 3 of them belong to me. One of them's Tater's. I think everybody knows that. But with his truck is the exception. The rest of them are mine. The bank ain't got their finger in my bed. It belongs to me. The whole show belongs to me. And, you know, there's someone say, well, I'm not married to this thing. Well, I am, folks, and my marriage license number is 492-38770. You can look that up if you want to, but that's a fact. I'm married to mine. I paid a lot of dues in this business. I started out in an old single-screw day cab, sleeping across the seats, freezing to death in the wintertime, burning up in the summertime, having to stand out on the running board to get some wind. You know, going up them mountains and down there in West Virginia and everything else. You know, I started out with a gasoline engine, you know, and I tell you, it was rough. Matter of fact, it was beyond rough. It was terrible. But that's what I wanted to do. I made the best of it, and I'm sitting pretty good right now. And the fact of the matter is, I don't have to justify myself to nobody or no thing. I don't have to justify myself to the bank. I don't have to justify myself to my colleagues or nothing else. And the fact of the matter is, if I wanted to, I'd call an auctioneer in there, hand him a handful of titles and deeds, and I could skate out of here and anytime I want to, and ain't nobody can do nothing about it or have no say in it because it's my show. And I paid dearly for this show. My knees are wore out, my backs is wore out, my nerves are gone, my patience is gone. And I try to help everybody I can as much as I can, but I will not I will not compromise my show for somebody else's, and I don't expect them to compromise theirs for mine, you know. And these people, they need to change this. They need to change this. I got news for you, folks. If you want it to change, you got to do it. You know, and I hear people say, well, I think the whole world is against me. Well, here's the news flash. The world ain't against you. The world just don't owe you nothing. This old world don't owe you nothing. Not even a spot of ground to bury your dead ass. This old world don't owe you a thing. And if you want anything out of this world, you got to break the sweat and break your back and shed the blood and the tears and get it yourself. Otherwise, it ain't going to happen. And, coming in with this take mentality and not giving nothing back doesn't work either. Because, you ever heard the old expression, you can't get blood from a turnip? The trucking industry is the biggest turnip you ever going to find. And if you coming in here thinking you're going to draw blood, I got news for you. It ain't going to happen. And, I've tried to stay on top of it, and I've done that. You know, I've got customers right now that have equipment parameters. You know, I could have went out and bought me a couple of glider kits and put me together a couple old Frankenstein trucks to get away from this DEF fluid, but I couldn't be hauling what I'm hauling, so I had to swallow those pills. You talking to a guy that used to run a logbook so hot that I'd come home on Saturday and roast a chicken on the damn thing because it was so hot. Yeah, I was afraid to take it in the house, afraid the house would burn down, you know. But you can't do that no more. You have to adapt. And that adaptation comes with these Qualcomms, you know. And I know other guys, you know, they try to, they got this pro driver or whatever it is. You can download the cell phones and things, but that's, you know, that's a chintzy thing. You know, these Qualcomms, this equipment costs me a lot of money. Costs me a lot of money to maintain this equipment. I got to pay maintenance on these equipments just like a cell phone. To keep my cell phone on, I got to pay the same. I got to pay a bill on these things, keep them running, you know. Mm-hmm. And that's not a pill I wanted to swallow. It was a pill I had to swallow to keep doing this job, you know. And just like Big Ed said, you know, there's dues that you're gonna have to pay. And granted, it's going to suck. But here's the thing. People coming in and say, oh, I can make a ton of money being a truck driver. Anybody can be a truck driver. I'll just go drive a truck. the roofing business is bad. I'll go drive a truck. Or the bank laid me off. I'll go drive a truck. I actually resent the fact that people think that they can come in here to my game just because their preferred occupation is in a rut. They can come in here and take money and take food out of my mouth. I got news for you, folks. It ain't happening, And you can ask them guys that work for me. I take care of my guys. And here's the thing. I ain't talking about no down speeding and no fuel economy. When I figure these loads, I figure them at 5 miles to a gallon. These trucks down there get double that. I still figured at 5 miles a gallon. And that's what they're going to have to pay for me to run them, and they do it. So I'm not going in the hole. And I take care of my guys. And I tell you what, the other day, one of my guys, he seen me limping around there and suffering with this leg. That sucker went home, got his own truck and his lawnmower, come back, mowed my yard at the house. Never was asked to do it. Never. It just, hey, man, you take care of us. We want to help you out. He didn't have to do that a bit more than nothing. When's the last time you went and mowed your boss's yard?
Right, right.
So I'm taking care of my guys. They know I'm taking care of, but you can also ask any of my guys what happened. They're in a new truck. Oldest truck I got is 4 years old. All of them's in a new truck. All of them's getting top of the line pay. And, I take care of them. But they ain't in neutered trucks either. Every truck I got, I run 3 digits. I know that for a fact because I've run them all up that high just to see what they'll do. But they know they better not be getting no speeding tickets. They know they better not be tearing up my equipment. And they know if they're assing off and they get caught at it, what the repercussions is going to be. Now, I understand more than anybody that stuff happens in this business. But the first thing they do is call me. I need to be made aware, and they do that. And the ones that don't do that, they're working for somebody else. And I can forward you to a few of them too, and they'll tell you, because I ain't got time to put up with that. I'm hiring top rate drivers. I expect top rate service. If I'm paying 3 days pay, I want 3 days of work. If I'm paying a week's pay, I don't want 2 days of work. I want a week's work. And they get that. And, but sitting around talking about truck drivers is just about like sitting around talking about where to plant beans or corn. Because the fact of the matter is, I've said before, I'll say it again. Put 2 truck drivers in a room full of lot lizards, they'll screw each other first every time. This is the most influential business on the road. The truck drivers, if they would get together, band together, and take care of one another instead of trying to derate one another, instead of trying to berate one another, instead of picking on each other, instead of saying, I'm this, I'm that, I'm this, I'm that, and you're not, and and all that crap, that's what's killing us, folks. We need to be taking these young folks, putting them under our wing, and raising them up. And I can tell you right now, I've done that. And I'm not trying to toot my own horn here or anything, but I can send you 10 or 15 truck drivers. One of them you email with pretty regular that I put on a straight and narrow, and I've not got a thing from them guys. But I wanted to promote this industry, and I've done that. And I've had to bail a couple of them out of the fire, but they only get one chance, and they know that. And once they're one shot's up, if they want to screw up after that, they're going to do it on their own dime and not mine. But I could gas on for hours about this, but I'm rolling in here. I got to get this trailer inspected and get my 10 in the wind southbound and down and make some money. So keep it twixt the spotted and the solid, and we'll catch you on the flip-flop.
Big Moose, as always, I think you put a smile on a few faces out there because he tells it like it is, right? Let me see here. I got an email from Scott. Listening to these drivers tonight. They're doing the same thing. Complain about the DOT, what they do with the hours of service rules, putting us all under the same umbrella. Yeah, we all come from different houses, families, educations, finances, work ethics, and on and on. Everyone has a different situation out here. So we need to find ways that trucking can help someone out. By the way, I'm still the guy that's in favor of an hours of service exemption for safe million milers out there, and or 8 years of safe driving. Yeah, not some rookie getting to haul gas on an exemption. Anyway, great show. Scott, thank you for listening in. Thanks for the email. And have a good morning. All right, let's see. I bet it's the Red Mule because it says treadmill.
Well, getting closer, Steve. It's Red Mule.
What's going on?
I'm just going to repeat basically what everybody else said, but I had 2 other points there. First, Big Ed was talking about the hazmat. I used to haul paint out of Alabama out to California. When I first got the hazmat and everything, if I had a hazmat load, they'd give me a $500 premium. For some reason, all of a sudden, they decided to drop it down to $100. I ain't going to haul hazmat for an extra $100 premium. And like Big Ed, I just said the heck with it. I didn't renew my hazmat deal. It's just not worth it. Second item, Steve, I've mentioned this many times before, and I'll mention it again. My truck doesn't make me any money. My trailer makes me money. Now, my basis for thinking of this is when I first started out 30 plus years ago, I was leased to an outfit, mid-level outfit. I calculated up one day that what they were taking for my using their trailer, their percentage of my using their trailer, I was buying them a brand new reefer trailer every 15 months. Now, like I say, I spent 30 plus years ago, things may have changed, but I don't think they've changed that much. So I've talked to guys that say, well, I'll lease on to somebody else because I can't afford to maintain a trailer. Well, the trailer's what makes me the money, my personal attitude on that. And the other comment I had on that, you hear a lot of talk about brokers one way or the other. And again, I've mentioned this before. I'm dealing with a broker now. I've dealt with him off and on for 22 years. He knows me. I know him. I'm not planning on working that much. Steve, you know, for years I haven't worked full time, and I don't make the money I did before, but I make a good living. I'm. You know, these guys keep talking about retiring. I work when I want to work, and like Big Moose was saying, my stuff's paid for. You know, I got to pay taxes on it, but other than that, if I don't want to run it, you know, taxes and insurance. If I don't want to run it, I don't run it. But I kind of get bored sitting around, so I'm planning on doing this for a few more years. But as he said too, I've got the choice of doing what I want to do because I'm independent. I don't have to answer anybody else except the woman at home. And but getting back to the broker, I wasn't planning on working that much, and they were screaming for trucks. And I learned a long time ago, if you take care of these people when times are good, they'll turn around and take care of you when things ain't so good. And so I'm doing, you know, I was planning on being home more days this week. And he called me out and said, well, we got this load that's got to move. Well, I got there. Guess what? That load had been canceled. He had already found me another load that was paying better money. Plus they paid me $150 for a call out fee on the first load. So he's taking care of me and I take care of him. And, you know, there's times when freight gets tight and I just say, heck with it, I'll go home. But there's also times when there's big money out there. As I'm going into a warehouse in Salt Lake for Wednesday morning and they're paying me good money to go in there. They have loads coming back out to southern Utah. I've hauled their loads and I've refused their loads. You know, if they're desperate enough to pay what I want for it, I'll haul their load. If not, hey, I'll deadhead. And, you know, that's just the way it's worked for me for 30 plus years, Steve. And like somebody else said, everybody else got to find their own niche, how they do it. But that's worked out for me. But the other thing is I never encourage my children to go into the business. Wife and I were talking about that the other day. My son got a new job selling software for some outfit. He's happy where he is. He's making good money. And I made the comment to her. I said, you know, I'm glad I never encouraged him to get into business because I don't see it getting a whole lot better. Everybody's cracking down as much as they can. And I sympathize with what everybody said before. I'm not going to disagree with that. So anyway, that's my 2 bits on the trucking industry. Steve, got a question for you.
Yes, sir.
Now, talking about this inflation. Well, I got a comment and a question. I'm old enough to remember good old Richard Nixon. He put pressure on Arthur Burns to keep the interest rates low when Arthur Burns was at the Fed. And then he wanted him to keep the interest rates low so he could get reelected. Well, he got reelected, and then what happened? We got massive inflation. And I think that's what we're going to end up with now. It's just going to be history repeating itself. Now, on this inflation thing, Steve, the cost of houses and lumber and all that stuff, my daughter built a house there in St. George 3-4 years ago. And I don't know how accurate this is, but she was trying to tell me the other day that the value of that house, the houses in her neighborhood, are going for double what she paid for her house. Now, you know, there might be some exaggeration in there, but we bought this house 2 years ago, and according to Zillow, we're up 28% in value on that house in just that short length of time, which is totally ridiculous. But my question is, heard somebody say the other day that this lumber shortage was caused by the sawmills being convinced that there was going to be a glut of lumber and cutting back. Had you heard that?
I shared that last evening. Yes, they anticipated there would be a housing slump because of the pandemic, and they didn't produce and stockpile nearly as much lumber. That is correct. And the housing slump never came to fruition.
Well, surely they could have made that up by now, wouldn't you think?
Well, you would think.
Well, I guess that's going to be another one of life's mysteries. So, all right, Steve, I'm going to bed. Like everybody else has said, that's been an interesting discussion this morning, so I'll catch you later.
All right, thank you for checking in, Red Mule. And with that, we got to get a news break. It is 844-844-3388, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
Target and CVS are the latest retailers to drop mask requirements in their locations for fully vaccinated individuals unless required by local mandate. They join Walmart, Starbucks, Trader Joe's, and others who have adjusted their policies after the CDC announced its new guidelines for indoor mask wearing. Target added that fully vaccinated employees will be able to work without masks, though CVS says it will still require its associates to mask up. Both retailers say they will continue to ask those who are unvaccinated to wear face coverings in their stores. And a coalition of human rights groups are calling for a full boycott of the 2022 Winter Olympic Games to be held in China. The group issued a statement Monday calling on the U.S., Canada, and other nations to lead a global boycott of the Games based on China's treatment of Muslim minorities, Tibet, Taiwan, and Hong Kong. The group cites the State Department's recent report that stated genocide and crimes against humanity had taken place against Uyghur Muslims in China's Xinjiang region. This is USA Radio News.
Friends, Mike Lindell is a great supporter of conservative radio, but most of all, he's a man who has invented a great USA product that will help you get a great night's sleep. For over 3 years, I've told you how the MyPillow Premium Pillow has changed my life. I get the best sleep of my life. But more importantly, the pillows don't go flat. You can wash them and dry them as many times as you want. They maintain their shape, and they are made in the USA. Here's the best deal you'll ever get on a MyPillow Premium Pillow. $29.98 for a standard or queen size pillow. King size only $5 more. You're saving $40. Go to mypillow.com, click on the radio listener square, use my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175. You can save up to 60% on any MyPillow product when you use my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and ask for the MyPillow Premium Pillow Special.
In a Monday phone call with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, President Biden offered his support for a ceasefire between Israel and Hamas, though there is no end in sight for the conflict, which is entering its second week. Senator Jack Reed was one of 28 Democratic senators who signed a letter over the weekend calling for a ceasefire. The Rhode Island Democrat and chairman of the Senate Armed Forces Committee tells CNN that no matter what the administration's approach to the conflict is, the fighting needs to stop.
We signed a letter led by John Ossoff of Georgia because we felt it's imperative to stop the fighting on both sides. Firing rockets into Israel by Hamas is an act of war. The Israelis are retaliating. They have to be very conscious of collateral damage, limit that to the least possible. But I think at this point, we just have to stop the fighting. And that's going to require, I believe the administration has determined that their best role is at this juncture behind the scenes rather than up front leading the effort.
You're listening to USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Wyatt Cox. Each and every day, the USA Radio Network produces 3 hours of the greatest radio programs of all time. Comedies, drama, suspense, it's all there. Classic radio theater. Now, if your radio station doesn't carry the program, you can find them anywhere podcasts are served, including iHeartRadio, Spotify, Spreaker. Just search for USA Classic Radio Theater. Find it. USA Classic Radio Theater. You'll love it.
Families are set to get an economic break in the form of a child tax credit payment. Tim Berg has the details.
President Biden is cheering the pending distribution of direct payments to families under the child tax credit.
I'm announcing today that on July 15th and the 15th of every month thereafter throughout the year, you will get deposited in your bank account half of your tax cut, at least $250 per child each month.
Speaking at the White House, Biden saying it will give families a break. Roughly 39 million families will start receiving monthly child tax credit payments in mid-July. Those payments going to roughly 39 million people, and according to the IRS, the increased amounts are phased out for families with incomes over $150,000 for married taxpayers filing joint returns, along with qualifying widows or widowers, $112,000 for heads of households, and $75,000 for all other taxpayers. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
And the trainer of Kentucky Derby winner Medina Spirit has been suspended from entering horses in races in New York, including the upcoming Belmont Stakes. The New York Racing Association announced the temporary suspension for Bob Baffert while they investigated Medina Spirit's failed drug test following the Derby. Officials say they were also taking into account Baffert's 5 other violations in the last 13 months for impermissible medications. For USA Radio News, I'm Dan Naraki.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Some of our other listening friends checking in. Yeah, we got another Australian listening in. John says hi to all the truckies in the USA from Perth, Australia. All right. Mike says, hello, John in Perth. Good day, mate. And there's old Sylvester listening in from Terrigal, New South Wales, Australia. So you got some company over there, Sylvester, listening in. All right, who else checks in here? Let's see. Jimmy says, hot shot driver here. How much ester roughly is in the Black Diamond Outlaw? And how does it react with seals over long-term use? Okay, that's... If they've got the FR3, the FR3 is... That's what it is. That's their esters. So that's a good question for Kyle to answer. But I think he may be snoozing tonight. because he's got a busy schedule on the horizon. I will get an answer for you. Rick, all right, in Columbus, good to have you with us as always, checking in with some of the other listening friends out there. And I guess Stanley said this color is awesome. Who are you talking about? Big Moose, I bet? Because Big Moose, yeah, that is correct. Right on. Thanks for all those checking in here. All right, one other comment. Red Mule was asking about the lumber mills, why haven't they been able to cut? I think JS has responded to that. Why would the lumber mills increase production when they've increased profits by limiting supplies and saving money, as well as with a decrease in labor and production cost? I say it's not a coincidence. It could be supply and demand. Yeah, the lumber industry, somebody's making a downright killing right now. They're making a fortune. No two ways about it. All right, and then you heard the story there in the news break just a few moments ago, alluding to 39 million families. And now just ponder this for a moment. You've got 8.4 million jobs available in the country right now that can't be filled. Yeah, nobody seems to want to go back to work. Restaurants closing early. A White Castle restaurant only open from 11 a.m. till 7 p.m. Can't find anybody. And it's all over the country. And much of that being attributed to the additional $300 per month on top of state unemployment that's going to continue through September. September 5, I believe, is the cutoff day for that. So a lot of these people are saying, well, I'll just take the summer off. I'm making as much now as I'd make working at Mickey D's or many other restaurants, even though they're raising their pay. Someone shared a sign from outside a McDonald's restaurant this past day. It didn't specify what part of the country, but a McDonald's starting pay $18 an hour. At McDonald's. Can't find work. Is this a good idea? Of course, we've had, when tax time rolls around every year, for families that have children, there's something called the child tax credit that typically adds up to, I know for years it was $1,200, then it was $1,500, then it was bumped up to $2,000 for each child. You file your taxes, and that's when sometimes families would end up getting $6,000 back from the refund after they file their taxes. They've bumped the child tax credit up to under the $1.9 trillion COVID package to $3,600 annually for children under the age of 6, $3,000 for children ages 6 to 17, I guess it is. Now, the new administration says we're not going to make people wait for that. So you may have families that are actually dealing with unemployment right now, sitting at home because there's no incentive to go back to work. And they announced this past day, starting July 15th, you're not going to have to wait for your child tax credit. We're going to break this down into monthly payments. And for each child under the age of 6, you're going to get a direct deposit of $300 per month on the 15th of each month. For ages 6 to 17, you're going to get $250 per month per child. Now, for families that have, if you got 4 or 5 kids, now I understand it cost a lot of money to raise a child. But I'm thinking, okay, so my son's got a 1-year-old and he's got a 7-year-old. They're going to start getting $550 per month. Free money in the mail on the 15th of each month. I think this is just going to be more incentive for some of these people that could otherwise maybe go back to work to not. For this year, couples earning $150,000 or less can receive the full payment on the 15th of each month. Most cases, it's direct deposit. That totals $3,600 for children under 6, $3,000 for those that are older. IRS is going to determine eligibility based on your 2019 and 2020 tax returns. You will be able to update your status through an online portal, they say. I guess so if you are making more, per se, that they might come back and try to take it back from you if you end up making more than the thresholds that are set there. The president has proposed an extension of the increased child tax credit through 2025. Part of the $1.8 trillion Families Plan. Outside analysts say the payments could essentially cut in half child poverty. The expanded credits would cost roughly $100 billion per year. Okay. So again, Biden's plan is people with kids going to be getting those monthly payments on top of whatever other benefits they might be eligible for or entitled to. All right. If it's free, it's for me. But somebody's paying for it. Somebody somewhere. All right. Back to the phones here, though. John, I believe it is. What's going on this morning?
Hello?
Hey there. Is it John or is it the wrong name?
Yeah. Sorry about that, Steve. Yeah, it's quite a lineup to follow. I was thinking about calling you when Brain Dead was talking, and I didn't. And then I listened to each of them guys, and they all get you to thinking a little more. But I think I agree most with Brain Dead. I think he was making the point that they just flat ain't paying enough out here. And I've never really bought into the claim there's a driver shortage. I've been hearing that for nearly 40 years. Most of them mentioned paying your dues. Well, I got out of the Marine Corps in April of '81, and I think it was about a month after I got out, I got hired by an owner-operator as a co-driver. He was leased to Tom Lane Company down there in Fenton, Missouri, behind United Van Line's headquarters. And that's why I started truck driving back then. So I've been out here a while. I made it about 3 months with him, but I just couldn't stay in the truck that much. Right after getting out, I was a young guy, but I did a couple things there for a year or two, little warehouse work and that, but for the most part, I've been driving for 40 years. And, Big Ed made he made the comparison to somebody going to college. And I just recently had a conversation with my wife. I wanted to get off the road, take a tanker job that was offered to me, day cab work. My hourly rate would be right about what she's getting. But we talked about it. I'm hoping to retire here pretty soon. I don't know how much longer I'm going to be able to do this for health reasons, but I'm trying to make it another 3 years. But, it was just going to be too big of a pay cut because she works 8 hours a day. I work 24 hours a day for 5 days a week. There's the difference right there. So, Brum says he's doing pretty good. I'm happy for him. Big Ed's doing pretty good. I'm doing pretty good. But, that's all kind of relative. And right now there may be a demand for truck drivers. But in 2008 and 2009, when the bottom fell out of everything, a lot of people lost their jobs.
Yeah, lots.
I got laid off. With my experience, I went right back to work that next Monday at a smaller company. It's one of them companies that always has a help wanted sign out. Good times, bad, didn't matter. They was more than happy to hire me, but that was pre-ELD. I went to work, I think it was 31 cents a mile, about right at half of what I was making before I got laid off. Now, My wife lost her job, went back to school, went to college, got her a degree in that. I kept the bills paid, but I ran a bunch of miles. You couldn't do it today. There's no way. And there's one story, and I've told this a few times to people. They talk about paying dues. I was up there at a warehouse in I think it's up in Northeast Ohio. And it was kind of quiet around there. I was there, and there was one other truck there. And this gentleman, I got to talking with him. I think he'd been driven. He's about my age, but he said he'd only been driving about 15 years. He was from South Carolina. He worked for a smaller company, had a good job in that. His company went out of business. He got on with this outfit. I ain't going to say who it was. They have red trucks, but it rhymes with U.S. Express.
Okay.
He hired on with them. He said he wasn't getting no miles. He was going broke. They kept pushing him to sign a lease agreement. He said, well, if you sign a lease agreement, you make a little more money.
Right, you'll get more miles, yep.
He signed the lease agreement. I felt so, at least the company I was with, they was happy for me to run the way I ran. They didn't have no problem with it. They was more than happy. It was a different story with them. And when we got empty, I already had my backhaul on my computer out in the truck. Com data. Back then they had com data. I already had my backhaul, so I was ready to go. He said he was going out and going to bed. He goes, I don't know when they're going to find me something. And I know I've heard this story from other drivers too. He wasn't too, so this guy, 15 years in the industry, running over the road. So now he finds himself, he's got a lease truck. He said that the week before, he ended up owing them money because of his obligations that he had. He wasn't making any.
Yep.
So, you know, and right now, I guess times are pretty good, but hey, this stuff can turn on a dime. And this is my perspective. If they want, Moose made a good point about, the drivers being responsible and not expecting everything, and then you gotta man up. You gotta learn your profession. But this industry needs to go do a whole lot more to bring people along, and the pay has got to get better. Like I said, I think I'm doing pretty good, but it's kind of relative because when you look at my hourly rate, I make the same thing my wife does. The only difference is I'm out here 24 hours a day, 5 days a week. And I'm pretty employed. This company goes bankrupt, which is possible. I'm going to be probably right back out there right in line with these guys making 30, 35 cents a month.
Yep.
Trying to work my way back up.
Well, like everything else, trucking does run in a vicious cycle. I mean, just the economy runs in a vicious cycle. It's you have isn't it something like every 7 years? Typically, you go into at least some sort of recession. Some are worse than others, but up and down, just like the stock market, just like your Bitcoin or anything else. The economy essentially works that way as well. But hey, thank you so much for checking in this morning, about 25 past the hour. What do we see here? Let me get Chevy Guy. Morning, Chevy Guy.
Good morning. What I called about is just before I left Allendale, South Carolina, I was talking to a tanker driver. He said that he had, the last time he had 2 days off was at the 1st of March, and they were busting their tail back then, and that was before this pipeline. And now they're pushing them like crazy. They're pushing their sleep time. He's just barely getting home, get sleep, get back in the truck and go. And they're just putting a lot on these guys. And it's oddly enough, him and I'm standing there talking. He's got all the license he has to have. You have to have, you got the E-log. I'm sitting there with a timber truck, pulling chips. I don't run an E-log, don't run paper log, or run a time sheet. And darn if we aren't making just about the same amount of money.
Huh.
So, so that's an issue. We said in the beginning, before my employer passed away, I think the insurance company is the one that pushed him, put cameras in the truck. And now all of a sudden you got a 20-year-old sitting in the truck who don't even know what the big yellow button and the big red button is for. He finally asked one of our drivers about that, but, he's criticizing, you're on the CB, and just out of nowhere, you reach up real quick and scratch your nostril, and you put our hand back down on the steering wheel. He's criticizing. You've been out here for 42 years. At the time, maybe, 40 years or whatever. I'm sorry. Eagle said, they don't trust you, and that's exactly what it felt like. And a part of this in the beginning, they used to hand you a truck. You used to, get a load and, go to California, go to Florida, go in. It was an amazing trust. You called in at 10 o'clock in the morning, let them know where you was at, and that was it. You was out here. I'd be out. You couldn't afford to call home, long distance charge.
Yep.
So I'd end up being out 2 weeks, and then I'd start calling it maybe 2 or 3 times that next week to let my wife know when I'd be heading home. Lord, now they're right on your back. Young man said about reefer over box trailer. I drove for J-Mark. You usually that Qualcomm come on and told you where your next load was going. I never sat in a reefer. So maybe, so I wasn't quite sure what he's saying about that, but I just never sat in a reefer anywhere waiting for a load. And so let me just bring it into this point, the lumber industry, which I'm involved right now. It's been a year and it's been crazy. In the beginning, it was these wood chips, getting them in there. That lumber mill I work out of, they make 2x4s. They make, treated lumber for decking. They do logs to treat them, and they make phone poles, a whole bunch of items like that. The bark and the sawdust goes into boiler fuel for the power plants and such, and some of the bark goes in for decorative treatment, mulch. Chips, man, these chips in the beginning, it was all about paper and the toilet paper, the paper towels, but right now we're having a hard time, stuffing this stuff in the mills, because at no time have these mills slowed down. At least in my experience in South Carolina here, these mills have not slowed down. They've been pumping out the product. And the flatbeds are loaded every day, and they're rolling. So I'm not too sure how that story goes about, because they have not backed off at all. It used to be they'd shut down for 4 weeks, some of these paper mills that I'm delivering it to, but the last time to clean out the boilers, and they only shut down for 2 weeks this year. So I'm not sure about why the prices are going sky high. We're scratching our heads here too. That you got to remember, there's been a whole lot of flooding. There's been a whole lot of fires all over this country. So so there's been a whole lot of damage and a whole lot of repairs being made. So that's something to think about. But other than that, been a great night. Grub said, "Yeah, great. It's talking about trucking." Well, Steve, you opened this show. You talk about the weather. We all love to hear that. Follow along with that. You talk about industry news, and then you open up the phone and hey, if Heatwave calls up, talks about how good our vice president looks in a string bikini, then they're probably going to be talking about street bikinis for half the night. So this is how you, if you want to make it. Hey, if y'all want to listen, if y'all want to talk about trucks, get on the freaking phone, boys. I mean, let's do it. Because tonight it proved, number one, don't even try to go against Moose, man. That man knows what he's talking about. And Rob, I loved how that was great advice. I mean, if you've got a young man thinking about getting into the trucking industry, buying a truck, that little bit of advice you said is the difference a young man actually making a living in this industry or getting himself caught up in a bad situation. So, other than that, Lord, I can't. All the guys that you called in, just great just a wonderful night. That's all. But I'm the least of them, buddy. You don't want to hear me rattle along and chatter. I mean, y'all need to, pile in there and clog up the phone. So old Chevy guy only hears a busy signal. You know what? I don't care because the guys that's been calling in tonight and the different people, we love to hear the other people. We got police officers. We've got the blind man. You got you got guys working on the docks. We got guys out here that's running newspapers. So it's not all about trucking, but I'll tell you what, it's just like this. Even the politics is about trucking. And the news, on the top of the hour, they keep saying that Biden has talked to Israel about ceasefire. Well, let's remember, Israel's only hitting back from their people being shot at, and that's their policy. I'm sorry, Biden needs to talk to Hamas and talk to them about ceasefire, and it'd probably go farther. So we'll leave it. But listen, if this keeps going, that ain't talking trucking. Well, let me tell you, when it gets, it really bakes out over there, and they start shooting at the tankers and clogging up. You see what happened in the Suez Canal, and then the Strait of Hormuz.
And I think he lost his cell. All right, Chevy guy, thanks for checking in. All right, let me see here. Big Sexy Phillips on the line. Guys, I need to do a phone reset thing here. So if you'll just don't dial right back up. Give me like 2 or 3 minutes to try to get the connection made first, and then maybe you can dial us back up. And we'll come back following a news break. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
Target and CVS are the latest retailers to drop mask requirements.
We are sorry, but the show has
vaccinated individuals unless required by local mandate. They join Walmart, Starbucks, Trader Joe's, and others who have adjusted their policies after the CDC announced its new guidelines for indoor mask wearing. Target added that fully vaccinated employees will be able to work without masks, though CVS says it will still require its associates to mask up. Both retailers say they will continue to ask those who are unvaccinated to wear face coverings in their stores. And a coalition of human rights groups are calling for a full boycott of the 2022 Winter Olympic Games to be held in China. The group issued a statement Monday calling on the U.S., Canada, and other nations to lead a global boycott of the Games based on China's treatment of Muslim minorities, Tibet, Taiwan, and Hong Kong. The group cites the State Department's recent report that stated genocide and crimes against humanity had taken place against Uyghur Muslims in China's Xinjiang region. This is USA Radio News.
Hey travelers, do you want to save money on your next flight? Then pick up the phone and call. That's right, call, because the best prices are not online. They're with SmartFares. See, SmartFares has special deals with the airlines. When they have unsold seats, they use SmartFares to fill them. So you get airline tickets at ridiculously low prices. Our prices are too low to publish online. With the extra money you'll save, you can book another trip, or treat yourself to dinner or shopping. So stop searching all of those travel sites to find the lowest price on your next flight. Let one of our SmartFares expert travel agents find ridiculously low prices for you. Call SmartFares today and get the best price on your next flight. Guaranteed. Also, save up to 50% off business and first class tickets.
800-871-3291. 800-871-3291. Again, that's 800-871-3291.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you one of those truck drivers that came home after a long haul and found the only thing waiting for you was a stack of IRS letters? Your significant other was gone, but your newfound IRS problem is still there. I've heard this story many times over the years. While I can't help you with your broken heart, I can fix your tax problems. If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed for many years, call me for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Like I always say, you keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Getting a good night's sleep while on that long haul can be quite the challenge. That's why Commercial Vehicle Group has partnered with Serta Mattress to bring you the Bostrom plus Serta mattress for the best night's sleep possible while you're on the road. The Bostrom plus Serta mattress, manufactured with Serta's patented cool gel memory foam, acts to dissipate body heat and eliminate pressure points, which reduces the tossing and turning that can be so disruptive to your sleep. The Bostrom Serta mattress comes in 2 thicknesses, 7 and 10 inches, offering support to drivers of all shapes and sizes. The mattress comes in the standard 80-inch length with 4 widths, 32, 36, 39, and 42 inches. For more information on the mattress or where to buy, call us at 800-459-7328. That's 800-459-7328. 7328.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator.
Stiction, that sticky friction, undermines the performance of diesel engines and is difficult to remove from the oil system. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is a powerful synthetic cleaner that targets stiction, contains no harmful solvents, and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive. Our proprietary carbon nano lubricant is blended with Stiction Eliminator, filling in microscopic irregularities inside your engine, providing a smoother surface for enhanced lubricity, reducing friction and wear. Third-party ASTM testing verifies that Stiction Eliminator removes 2 times as much stiction than any alternative on the retail shelf. Use Stiction Eliminator to solve an existing problem or as a preventative maintenance.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
right, get back to the calls here just ahead. I got the phones. Took a few tries, but we're back. Good to go to the end of the line here on a Tuesday morning. It was a pretty significant case this past day. The U.S. Supreme Court Monday refusing to make it easier for police to enter a home without a warrant for reasons of health or public safety. Throwing out the lower court's decision to dismiss a lawsuit brought by a Rhode Island man after officers entered his home and confiscated his guns. We talked about this case several weeks ago. When's the last time it happened that there was a unanimous ruling from the United States Supreme Court? That was the case here. The 9-0 ruling directed the Boston-based First U.S. Circuit Court of Appeals to reconsider Edward Canglia's lawsuit accusing police of violating his constitutional rights by bringing him to a hospital for a mental health evaluation and taking away his guns without a warrant after a 2015 argument with his wife. To refresh your memory, the lower courts had ruled the police in Rhode Island did not violate the Constitution's Fourth Amendment ban on unreasonable searches and seizures. The case centered on a legal doctrine that gives officers leeway to engage in what they call community caretaking to ensure public safety. In the ruling, the Supreme Court, which has previously applied this doctrine to vehicles, said it does not apply to a home as well. What is reasonable for vehicles is different from what is reasonable for homes, says Justice Clarence Thomas, writing for the court. All right, in the ruling against Caniglia, the Boston-based First U.S. Court of Appeals concluded that even if his case did not involve an emergency, the police conduct that day was justified under the, quote, community caretaking doctrine. Obviously, there's been heightened concern over police conduct, including how authorities deal with mentally ill people. President Biden's administration backed police in this case. A Justice Department lawyer told the justices that officers should not be required to obtain warrants in situations in which people could be seriously harmed. This case arose from a domestic dispute, an argument between the couple. He and his wife, they were arguing over something as simple as a Walt Disney World coffee mug that ended up, as oftentimes in arguments with a spouse, it goes to the family. Well, your mama this and your uncle that, and then it got into the extended family. And at one point, he retrieved a gun and told his wife, just shoot me, put me out of my damn misery, which kind of scared her. She decided to spend the night at a hotel. Then she called police because she feared that he might be suicidal. Caniglia, who was 70 years old, by the way, said in the court papers he had no criminal history, no record of violence, no misuse of guns. Police only returned his guns after he sued. But quite the interesting case there. Your home is different than being out there on the roads in an automobile. But pretty significant when you get a unanimous ruling from the U.S. Supreme Court, as divided as things are there, just like everything else in this country. All right, what's going on with Philip in Florida this morning? Hey there.
Well, your house is sacred, bud. That's a totally different situation than a car out here on the road or a truck on the road. So,
yep.
I want to thank Big Moose for bringing out a point that needs to be brought out. I mean, absolutely about trucking, and it needs to be brought out about all of us in America, really. We need to quit fighting amongst each other and get together and make things happen. I don't know, Steve, if you remember this or not. It's been a long time ago, and I don't remember the exact year. But over in France, they had a strike with truck drivers for one time, and they just pulled off and parked it on the side of the road and walked away from it. And it damn near shut down the whole country. And I'm not instigating something like that. I don't condone that. But, you know, the truck drivers need to stick together. They've needed to stick together for a long time. The Teamsters were brought about because of that and many years ago, and it needs to be happening. As far as the freight, when I worked LTL, the more bills I had on a truck, the more money we made. And that was LTL. That's LTL's way of thinking about it, unless it's a full truckload. But in less than truckload, the more bills you have on there, the more money you're going to make. And that's space is money. And the driver, I think one of the drivers had mentioned, I can't remember which one it was. It might have been Red Mule, was his trailer is what makes the money. Your trailer is what makes the money. Your tractor by itself ain't going to make no money. You're bobtailing, you ain't making no money. And if that thing's sitting at the yard, you ain't making no money.
Correct.
So, but the big thing I've noticed, Steve, over it's been probably close to 15, 20 years now, everybody, when their kids are in school, presses the kids and get a really great job as far as a tech job. Okay? So all the skilled labor included, because I count trucking as a skilled labor job, and that's a lot of people don't look at trucking that way. A truck driver is just as important as a plumber or electrician. I don't care what anybody says, because freight's got to move no matter what.
Just look at your rules and regulations. You've got what they call the Green Book in trucking, which is about as thick as an old-fashioned phone book, with the rules and regulations and things that a truck driver has to follow and is supposed to know in that book. Yeah, it's beyond comprehensible how a truck driver is considered a non-skilled labor.
Absolutely. I mean, I had to go out there. I learned from guys like Big Moose. My uncle was an owner-operator. Younger than 18 years old when that happened. But the thing is, back in the day, the guys, a lot of the old timers took the time with the young guys to teach them to pass it on. And guys like Moose, they passed it on, you know. And if they see somebody that wants to learn, they work with them. But if they see these, they do it all, which, you know, Steve, we're young.
And Philip ran into a bad cell. Well, I did have, maybe he'll dial us back up when he gets his cell back. But and there was one tidbit on, I had the story I printed up as far as we always tend to get on what's going on in the world of space travel. There's a launch slated for today. United Launch Alliance, they actually scrubbed the launch of an Atlas V rocket this past day due to an issue with the rocket's liquid oxygen system. So the backup attempt is coming up later this afternoon. Liftoff is scheduled for 1:31 this afternoon Eastern Time. The two-stage rocket was scheduled to blast off from Complex 41 at Cape Canaveral at 1:42 this past afternoon. The payload is a missile warning satellite for U.S. Space Force, they tell us. Designated the Space-Based Infrared System Geosynchronous Earth Orbit Flight 5. This is ULA's first launch of 2021. They moved it back 24 hours. Some due to systems with the ground systems at the launch pad. They had moved the T-0 back by 7 minutes, part of a collision avoidance maneuver. That's the kind of thing they do to avoid any potential collision with an object that's already in space. They didn't specify what they were trying to avoid. Shortly after the delay, crews detected an anomaly during the upper stage's liquid oxygen chill-down operations. Engineers were dispatched to the launch pad. They could not resolve the issue, so couldn't get it done within the 40-minute launch window. But this particular satellite, built by Lockheed Martin, it's a $1 billion satellite, and according to military officials, it can detect and track plumes emanating from missile launches around the world with the help of infrared sensors. Its capabilities will enable the U.S. and allied forces to prepare for any impending attacks around the planet. So again, rescheduled time, 1:41 Eastern time this afternoon from Cape Canaveral. All right, welcome back, Philip.
I'll tell you what, Steve, they need to hire some people with these dadgum cell phone companies work on these cells, man. You were talking about that Atlas. Is that the one you're talking about today there, Steve?
Atlas 5, yes, correct.
Yeah, that was kind of a goofy set yesterday. You know, originally that was scheduled for 12:35, and then it was pushed to 1:35. And then it went to 1:15, like what you said earlier, where they changed the time. Now, I don't know about no collision avoidance thing or anything like that, but I've never seen them turn something around like that, so it must be something pretty special for them to do that kind of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So, but it's supposed to go off today. What is it, like 1:15, 1:30, somewhere around in there?
1:41, it says.
Yeah. So, but getting back to what I was saying earlier is,
right,
we need to get a lot of the young people that understand that, hey, you need to put this know-it-all crap aside and listen to what your elders say, and you might learn something, and you might be profitable in what you learn it. But I mean, how many kids do you see, Steve, coming out of high school going to work on a UPS package car truck now? You don't see any, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Look at Amazon. Amazon's trying to fill guys just delivering around the neighborhoods. So, but that's all my rant on that stuff is, Steve. But I'm hoping that ULA gets that off today, because I'll tell you what, their track record hasn't been too good this year with these launches. Elon Musk has almost got 45% of his launches off this year already, and we're not even halfway into the year yet. So that's pretty impressive. So,
well, at that pace,
have you seen any on the Starship, Steve?
No, I hadn't seen anything new there. But so at that pace, they might be able to add some additional, like Starlinks on or something before the end of the year.
Yeah, a lot of people don't know it with Elon. He had a plan he wanted to try to do, and I'm not sure the number, but I know he wanted to try to do over half of his launches by June, if he could this year.
Mm-hmm.
That was their plan. They have a plan of what they're going to do and when they do it. And they set that plan up with the government, you know, for the set up the range and all that from Canaveral. And he's damn near met it, just about. I mean, he's had a couple delays here and there for different things, but if you look at what SpaceX has done this year, as far as getting people to the space station, bringing people back from the space station, getting freight up to the space station, launching Starlink missions. Think about this, Steve. Elon Musk has got Starlink satellites riding with satellites that are for Cirrus. So Cirrus is paying the bill. He's getting the satellites up there for basically nothing. Now that's some pretty cool stuff.
Wow.
And a lot of people don't understand that kind of stuff. I mean, we're talking about business. Business is business. If his freight can ride with another person's freight and he don't have to pay for it, that's a win-win for his company.
Sure.
As far as the electric cars, do y'all guys know where that footage is of those cars sitting? I think it was in France, where all the electric cars are sitting with the batteries that are bad.
I saw that photo, and I wasn't sure exactly where it was. It said it was all government vehicles, government employees, and they didn't look like cars in the U.S., so it was France, huh?
I'm not sure. Whoever has that out there is, and a lot of the guys, they've got my contact info. If one of y'all can send me that link, I'd like to see that. I really would. But that battery technology, that is the bummer deal with those cars. If you go out now and you look and see how much a Prius is used, I guarantee you can get a Prius for not nothing, but it's a lot cheaper, because if it's an old one, they're going to pay about 10 to 12 grand to replace the battery in it. So those battery cars are great, and I love them. I like the technology, but when it fails, it costs a lot of money to fix. And it'd be a lot easier to fix Chevy guy's truck, put some rear ends on it, than it would be to fix that battery powered car. So with that, Steve, I want to thank you for my call. You keep it between the spotted and the solid, and that's all my baloney. Y'all have a good one.
There you go. Everybody's got an original these days, right? That's a combo deal. You know, he mentioned Amazon. And again, this, just like everybody else having a difficult time finding workers, Amazon is looking for 75,000 workers. And hey, if you've got the vaccine, we'll toss in an extra $100 bonus. The announcement late last week. Yeah, 75,000 workers for fulfillment and logistics operations as vaccines become crucial to reopening the economy. Several retailers, Dollar General, Kroger, Target stores, are offering bonuses or other sort of perks for staff that opt to get the shot. Demand for hourly staff at restaurants, factories, retail stores, fulfillment centers continues to rise as e-commerce demand remains robust. While more consumers are expected to step out of their homes after a year of lockdown living, the vaccine-related incentives are also aimed at trying to attract workers flush with relief checks and wary of the pandemic, as well as the lack of child care facilities back to work. Amazon will pay the new hires an average starting pay of more than $17 per hour, reflecting some of the recent hikes of between 50 cents and $3 an hour for about 500,000 fulfillment center workers in the country. They will also pay a sign-on bonus of up to $1,000. I mean, you're getting to where the numbers, you would actually maybe make more going back to work than trying to sit there drawing your unemployment. Amazon continues to benefit from the surge in online sales, forcing them to hire thousands and thousands and offering attractive perks and bonuses to get people to come on and work for them there. All right, we'll get into our final hour just ahead and jump on board at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
Target and CVS are the latest retailers to drop mask requirements in their locations for fully vaccinated individuals, unless required by local mandate. They join Walmart, Starbucks, Trader Joe's, and others who have adjusted their policies after the CDC announced its new guidelines for indoor mask wearing. Target added that fully vaccinated employees will be able to work without masks, though CVS says it will still require its associates to mask up. Both retailers say they will continue to ask those who are unvaccinated to wear face coverings in their stores. And a coalition of human rights groups are calling for a full boycott of the 2022 Winter Olympic Games to be held in China. The group issued a statement Monday calling on the U.S., Canada, and other nations to lead a global boycott of the Games based on China's treatment of Muslim minorities, Tibet, Taiwan, and Hong Kong. The group cites the State Department's recent report that stated genocide and crimes against humanity had taken place against Uyghur Muslims in China's Xinjiang region. This is USA Radio News.
Maybe you've heard about MediShare and you know what it is. It's the affordable alternative to health insurance, but you've wondered, can I really save a significant amount of money on my monthly healthcare bills? And the answer is an emphatic yes, you can. You can save a lot of money, whether it's just for you or for an entire family, Medishare has an option for you. In fact, the typical family saves $500 a month switching to Medishare. And it really is the gold standard when it comes to healthcare sharing. You get free telehealth services, you get a huge network of doctors, you get great customer support, and you get the sense of security that comes from being a part of 400,000 people who share not just each other's medical bills, but purpose too. Medishare is a community of Christians who pull together and pray for each other, which is very refreshing right now. If you want more info, it's so simple. You can get a price within 2 minutes. Call 844-34-BIBLE. That's 844-34-BIBLE. 844-34-BIBLE.
In a Monday phone call with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, President Biden offered his support for a ceasefire between Israel and Hamas, though there is no end in sight for the conflict, which is entering its second week. Senator Jack Reed was one of 28 Democratic senators who signed a letter over the weekend calling for a ceasefire. The Rhode Island Democrat and chairman of the Senate Armed Forces Committee tells CNN that no matter what the administration's approach to the conflict is, the fighting needs to stop.
We signed the letter led by John Ossoff of Georgia because we felt it's imperative to stop the fighting on both sides. Firing rockets into Israel by Hamas is an act of war. The Israelis are retaliating. They have to be very conscious of collateral damage, limit that to the least possible. But I think at this point, we just have to stop the fighting. And that's going to require, I believe the administration has determined that their best role is at this juncture behind the scenes rather than up front leading the effort.
You're listening to USA Radio News.
You've heard me talking about MyPillow for 3 years, folks. It's the truth. I get the best sleep of my life with a MyPillow. You can do it too. 60-day money-back guarantee, 10-year warranty, made in the USA. You'll sleep well or you'll get your money back. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, use my promo code USA, get 2 MyPillow premium pillows for the price of one, or call 1-800-951-8175. Get the best sleep of your life and do it now.
The conflict between Israel and Hamas is now in its second week with no clear end in sight. President Biden told Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu in a Monday phone call that he would support a ceasefire between the two parties, with Hamas militants continuing to fire rockets into Israel and Israeli defense forces responding with airstrikes into Gaza. Former U.S. Ambassador to Israel, David Friedman, believes the root cause of the conflict is a power move by Hamas. He tells Newsmax TV that the organization had previously been constrained by the policies of the Trump administration.
I think part of it is the fact that Hamas was ahead in the Palestinian elections, and the Palestinian Authority canceled the elections, and this is the way for Hamas to burnish its credentials, if you will, with the Palestinian people. They can't go to the ballot box. They're going to show how good they are at killing Israelis. So that's, I think, the primary part of it. But look, when we were in office, we sent a message loud and clear to all of Israel's enemies that when Israel is attacked, there will be no handcuffs, no restraints that we put on Israel. We will allow Israel, we will encourage Israel to defend itself by itself as it is necessary to defend its own citizens. And I think that message was heard loud and clear by Hamas, by Hezbollah, by others. And I think there was a certain amount of restraint we saw over the last 4 years. The last 4 years were 4 of the quietest years over the last 3 or 4 decades. So I'd like to think that our policy helped that.
For USA Radio News, I'm Dan Naraki.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, final hour. Here it is already. Boy, time flies when you're having fun, right? Gotta say, Tuesday coming on here. All right, a couple of things I'd like to pass your way. If you'll indulge me for a moment. Remember about 2 months ago when Joe Biden was accusing Texas and Missouri, the governors in those states of it's Neanderthal thinking. You're Neanderthals. Yes, Greg Abbott was one he was talking about when they started rolling back their COVID restrictions. That's Neanderthal thinking. That's a big mistake. Governor Abbott posted on Sunday. Number of cases, 388. Lowest we've seen in 13 months. We had 0 new deaths. Hospitalizations, the lowest point we've seen in 11 months. See, it was back in early March. Biden slammed Texas and Missouri both after they relaxed some of their lockdown measures. Yeah, Abbott at the time said, businesses, you can go back to operating at full capacity. Oh, Fauci and the experts said, if you drop these measures, we're going to see cases spike in a matter of weeks. Biden said at the time, it's a big mistake. Look, I hope everybody realizes by now these masks make a difference. We're right on the cusp of being able to fundamentally change the nature of this disease. Don't do this. Meanwhile, in New York, Cuomo continues with his Neanderthal. He's the one with the Neanderthal thinking, with his lockdowns. The so-called follow the science just over and over has not proven to bear out. Some states say they're going to keep their mask mandates in place. Many others have lifted the mandates already or are in the process of removing the rules here in the upcoming weeks. Of course, you had the CDC here a couple days ago come out and say, if you are fully vaccinated, you're very unlikely to contract the disease. You're not going to spread the disease. So you don't have to wear a mask. But if you're not vaccinated, you need to continue wearing a mask. Now, like everyone who's making the choice whether or not to get a vaccine or not get a vaccine, if you chose not to get the vaccine and you come down with COVID and you get sick, that's your personal choice, right? I thought we had free will and choice in America. Totally separate topic, but I wanted to touch on this one as well quickly. Liz Cheney, and she's actually trying to turn the tables and talk about running for president in 2024. Red Mule brought it up last night. Is she serious? Is she that? Is she not seeing what the actual people, the constituents in Wyoming, what was it, 70% were pissed off at her for voting to impeach Trump? So they've done I guess more of a more national survey. 80% of Republicans agree with her ouster from House leadership. 66% say Republicans being loyal to former President Trump is important. Of the 80% that said Cheney should have been ousted, 69% said they agree with the Wyoming Republicans' removal because she's not on message with the party. Nearly 60% say they agree because she's wrong about the 2020 presidential election. So, overwhelming numbers, 90% of Republicans like Trump policies. It's actually 89%, nearly 90%. 89% think Republicans should follow Trump's example when it comes to economic issues. 88% said the same thing about his immigration issues. 80% about his leadership, and 77% on how he treated the media. If you're fake news, call him out. And then one other tidbit on that line with the cancel culture. What we say here several months ago when cancel culture got Donald Trump. No more Twitter, no more Facebook, no more this, no more that. We're going to erase this guy. If you can erase a former president, you can erase anyone in the cancel culture. Here's the latest. It's one step at a time. A U.S. Space Force commander tasked with detecting ballistic missile launches has been fired for saying Marxism is infiltrating the military in this country. Well, does anyone think it's not? Marxism is infiltrating every facet of this country. Why would the military be any different? Since taking command as a commander about 10 months ago, this is a quote, I saw what I considered fundamentally incompatible and competing narratives of what America was, is, and should be, he said. Matthew Lohmeyer, Lieutenant Colonel Matthew Lohmeyer is commander of the 11th Space Warning Squadron at Buckley Air Force Base out of Colorado. He was speaking on a conservative podcast last week, talking about his new book, which is called Irresistible Revolution, Marxism's Goal of Conquest and the Unmaking of the American Military. Well, certainly that's what it's all about. Space Force spokesperson tells military.com the decision to fire Lohmeyer was based on public comments made during the podcast. Did those comments constitute prohibited partisan political activity? In his book, though, he claims that Marxist beliefs are becoming more common in the armed forces. He spoke about the book. He spoke about U.S. universities, the media, federal agencies that are adopting leftist practices like diversity and inclusion training. This is the cause for today's divisive climate in this country, he says. From his perspective as a commander, he said he didn't speak to criticize any particular senior leader or publicly identify troops. He focused on the policies service members now have to adhere to align with certain agendas. Then that's affecting our culture, he said. All right, he was not required to have his book's contents authorized by command in advance of publications. I was apprised of the option to have my book reviewed at the Pentagon's pre-publication and security review, but I was also informed that I was not required to. My intent never has been to engage in partisan politics. I've written a book about a particular political ideology, aka Marxism, in the hope that our Defense Department might return to being politically nonpartisan in the future, as it has honorably done throughout history. Representative Ken Buck of Colorado called his removal outrageous. Others calling Lohmeyer a patriot. Some say this was clearly retaliatory. All right. Let's get back to the calls here. What's going on with the heat wave?
Good morning, senor. How are you this morning?
I'm doing well.
Hello.
Are you comfortable? You're comfortable
Okay,
out there
good.
out in California, right?
Yeah, we're taking 395 going to Reno, and it's not very well covered by the cell phones here, but we'll try to get along as best we can. You know, I've been driving 26 years. I started off with CFI back in 95, making 10 cents a mile as a student, splitting 30 as a student teen, And then I start making 25 cents a mile as a regular solo. And about a year later, that's when they jumped up everybody's solo pay to 32 cents. That was the awesome 32. You know, and it was nice. I mean, that was, you know, I would consider that good money back then, back in the 90s. You know, and today, well, if I run solo, I'll be making 61 cents, you know, not the greatest, but far from the worst. I'm making 30 cents a mile running team with my co-driver, splitting 60 and 61. But, you know, it is good money. The problem is when you go to these truck stops, they're charging you double for items in their truck stop than you would, say, at a Walmart or a Target. I mean, can of Spam, I just looked at that at a Love's truck stop here recently. They wanted $6.50 for a little old can of Spam. What would you pay at Walmart? Probably $2.50.
Right.
$3 at the most. So the thermos, a regular Aladdin thermos, that's a green with a silver cap on it. Well, Walmart sells it for $19.99. Truck stops out here, they want $40 for it.
40?
So I mean, you know, yes, 40. Wow. I will take pictures of comparisons of what I can find at a truck stop compared to what I can find at a Walmart. I mean, these guys, they're making an absolute killing. You know, if they're only paying $10 for the damn thing, well, Walmart's making $9, truck stop's making $30. Yeah, I mean, it is surprising how much more that, because they're the convenience for us truck drivers. I mean, you can't go to very many Walmart stores and park because they don't want us there, and for good reason. You know, we've trashed their lots. We've left trash. We've urinated on the parking lot. We've left bags of crap, figurative and literal, on their parking lots. You know, they don't want that kind of stuff there. But, you know, the places that do accept us, you know, they'll let us come in, they'll let us shop. And, you know, you either stay there for a little bit or you can stay all night whenever you need to. But it's just the different stores. But, I mean, we have kind of put ourselves in this pickle to where, you know, they don't want us there. So the only places we can go that we go to on a regular basis, you know, is the truck stops, whether it be Pilot, whether it be Flying J, TA, Petro, Love's, Mom and Pops. Yeah. So they're going to make their money off of us. And it seems like no matter how much more we get paid per mile out here, well, the truck stops are just going to raise that price that much more because they're going to want to cash in on it, on our good fortunes. And also, you know, with these places paying $17, $18 an hour to flip burgers, well, I mean, do you really think that a Happy Meal is going to stay at $5
right
per Happy Meal?
Nope.
No, they're going to raise that up to make sure that they can catch up on their losses. I've never worked for a poor business owner. Have you?
Can't say that I have.
Steve? No, they had to have the smarts to make money to support themselves and support you via advertising, sponsors. But, I mean, you know, McDonald's, well, they really don't have a sponsor. It's them. And they are going to jack that price up because they're not going to want to lose money for the higher ups. You know, when is enough going to be enough for these people? These fast food joints are not meant to be the end all, beat all job that, you know, that you're going to retire at that 20, 25 years down the road. They're a startup. They're a high schooler or a college student or someone that's
semi-retired, SS recipients or whatever, semi-retired, you know, looking for a few extra bucks kind of thing.
Yes.
Yeah.
Exactly. But I mean, it's not something that you're going to stay with forever. I mean, there are some few hardy ones out there that want to do that because they want to have a franchise. Well, that's nice. But you know what? You go into a McDonald's today, what do you see? You see a kiosk there on both sides that is self-service. Almost to the point where you don't even need to have a cashier taking your order. You know, and in some places, they even have damn robots that are cooking the hamburgers. You know, all you're doing is you're just putting it together. And half the time when you ask them how you want it built, they don't do it. So, I don't know. I don't know what the right word is to say, but you know, when is enough going to be enough?
Right.
If $20 ain't enough starting out, what's going to be? How is that going to affect my pay? I mean, right now under the union contract, I get $24 an hour, for doing hourly work. Does that mean that because they're going to get their pay jumped up, that my pay needs to be jumped up as well to reflect what I do out here on the road? I would think so. You know, if the other radio stations are, however the sponsorship works with a radio station, you know, if you think your value is more than, say, the other DJ at the same radio station or at the same hour time that you're on the air, you know, are you going to say, well, I'll take less? No, you're going to demand more because you are in more demand if you have the audience to back it up.
Sure.
So, I mean, when is this going to stop? You know, when are we going to say enough is enough? This is the cap. I mean, you know, pretty soon it's going to be, you're going to be making your own McDonald's special with big chunks of onion and green pepper and whatever else in that hamburger patty that you made when you bought the ground meat from the store. And your bun's going to be 2 slices of Wonder Bread. And, that's going to be it, which was not really a big problem back in the day. It was kind of a status symbol to have a McDonald's hamburger or a Burger King.
And I ate plenty of burgers on Wonder Bread, a matter of fact.
Exactly. You know, and we always want to make things better for our children so they don't have to go through the rough times that we did when we were growing up. And, you know, I can respect that idea. But then again, we are spoiling our children and our grandchildren, which we grandparents are allowed to do, spoil them grandkids. But I mean, you know, today's generation, they don't know what suffering is. You know, they think if they get a blister on their finger from hitting the control panel on their Nintendo or PlayStation or Xbox, you know, that's a hardship for them. You know, if they lose 5 lives in 5 minutes on a game, well, that's a hardship. They don't know what hardship is. And what we were talking about last night, you know, one EMP from an enemy, one hack from somebody that, ransomware. It could be natural. It could be the sun shooting off a CME. When stuff hits the fan, they're going to find out in rather short order what suffering and hardship is. And I'd rather they learn it the easy way and learn a set of skills instead of, being hooked on electronics, video games, because one day it's going to happen where they're not going to have the electricity to power all these luxuries that they have right now. They're going to have to learn how to read an analog clock. Someone's going to have to figure out how to start vehicles up without using microchips. So, I don't know, just some random thoughts, trying to stay on a serious note today, because it seems like today's been more serious than funny. So I won't even go there with the funniness, but and you got to live and learn. And if you have to learn the hard way, like someone said before, I think Philip said, sucks to be you. So anyways, with that said and done, I'll go ahead and let you go, senor. We'll holler at you tomorrow.
Thank you
Have
for
a good
checking
night.
in, Heatwave. Yep. Be careful out there, in the land of fruit and nuts. You never know what you might encounter out there. South Carolina. Wow. I'm sure there's a number out there that do not believe in the death penalty. Yeah, no matter what. It's not right to take another person's life, even if they killed half a dozen people. But South Carolina's governor, Henry McMaster, has signed a bill requiring inmates who are on death row to make the choice. You choose. Death by firing squad or the electric chair. As executions have stalled in the state due to a shortage of the drug used in lethal injections. He says, I signed legislation into law that will allow the state to carry out a death sentence. The families and loved ones of victims are owed closure and justice by law. Now we can provide it. He actually quietly signed the bill last Friday, about 2 days after the Senate voted to approve a few minor changes that the House had made to it. Conservatives had pushed for the law after the state was unable to obtain lethal injection drugs for several years due to supplier reluctance. And under the previous law, the state could not execute a prisoner who had selected lethal injection by different means if that option is not available. So the new law requires death row inmates be asked if they want to die by lethal injection, firing squad, or electric chair. If none is selected, the inmate will be executed via the electric chair. South Carolina has never used a firing squad for an execution and has apparently no system in place for doing so, despite introducing that as an option. They said we're going to begin writing policy based on the new law, how to carry out execution by firing squad. We should look at guidance from other states and courts as to what has been deemed constitutional. As I said, opponents of the death penalty pushed back on the law. They're considering suing. Some attorneys representing inmates on death row are considering filing a lawsuit. All right. Well, for some of these inmates who have raped, mutilated, murdered, whether it be young women or whatever the case might be, they weren't concerned about a humane method when they were committing their crime. We need a more humane means of taking these bad guys' lives. All righty there. We're up to news break time, so we'll take care of that. Checkpoint Charlie got you coming up next. Knucklebuster's on the line, and we'll have room to squeeze a few more in. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
Target and CVS are the latest retailers to drop mask requirements in their locations for fully vaccinated individuals, unless required by local mandate. They join Walmart, Starbucks, Trader Joe's, and others who have adjusted their policies after the CDC announced its new guidelines for indoor mask wearing. Target added that fully vaccinated employees will be able to work without masks, though CVS says it will still require its associates to mask up. Both retailers say they will continue to ask those who are unvaccinated to wear face coverings in their stores. And a coalition of human rights groups are calling for a full boycott of the 2022 Winter Olympic Games to be held in China. The group issued a statement Monday calling on the U.S., Canada, and other nations to lead a global boycott of the Games based on China's treatment of Muslim minorities, Tibet, Taiwan, and Hong Kong. The group cites the State Department's recent report that stated genocide and crimes against humanity had taken place against Uyghur Muslims in China's Xinjiang region. This is USA Radio News.
Hey travelers, do you want to save money on your next flight? Then pick up the phone and call. That's right, call, because the best prices are not online. They're with SmartFares. See, SmartFares has special deals with the airlines. When they have unsold seats, they use SmartFares to fill them.
So you get airline tickets at ridiculously low prices. Our prices are too low to publish online. With the extra money you'll save, you can book another trip or treat yourself to dinner or shopping. So stop searching all of those travel sites to find the lowest price on your next flight. Let one of our SmartFares expert travel agents find ridiculously low prices for you. Call SmartFares today and get the best price on your next flight. Guaranteed. Also, save up to 50% off business and first class tickets.
800-871-3291. 800-871-3291. Again, that's 800-871-3291.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels leave injector deposits causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, including the tank, lines, pump, and the injectors.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced System Shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
PureFlow AirDog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow AirDog.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years. I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Yeah, I've been sharing the link every now and then for the Hot Shot Secret Steve Sommers Overnight Drive t-shirts, mugs, hats. I shared the mug one this past day. And believe it or not, I got a message via Facebook from none other than Freddie the Freeloader. He said, well, where's mine and Mary's mugs? I still got a heartbeat. For those who don't know, that was always, for many, many years, Freddie would call in, say, how you doing, Freddie? He said, I got a heartbeat. Okay. My. So we haven't heard from Freddie on the new venue. I said, Freddie, give us a call sometime. I gave him the number, of course, so they know we're out here. And I'm assuming maybe they listen in from time to time. Maybe. Before we started here at the new venue, I know Freddie had some health issues. Hope everything's going okay. If you're with us or if you listen to the podcast during the day, yeah, Freddie, we'd love to hear from you sometime. Meanwhile, I got several from the email bag, and let me start here. Let's just start at the top, I guess. Hobo Jack checking in. Great show, right up to the string bikini comment. I'm still trying to unsee that. And I hope Roadmaster's doing okay. Yeah, several people have asked me how Roadmaster's doing. We haven't heard back from him since he called in that evening and he was talking about potential diagnosis, cancer thing. And yeah, I hope everything's going okay. Maybe he'll check in one of these days. Pappy checking in. He said, well, after tonight's show, my dream of retiring and becoming a truck driver to see the country, I guess that's all shot to hell. Yeah, right. You weren't going to do that anyway, Pappy. You know better. Shaky checking in. Going back to the comment, Philip was talking about the whole strike thing. He said, Steve, I believe that strike Philip was talking about was about 1996. It was because fuel was so expensive. The Europeans shut down the highways. Okay, who's next up here? From Billy the Kid. What's going on, Billy? Steve, if I could, I'd like to say a few things about tonight's topic. I've been driving 17 years and an owner-operator for 5 of those. I jumped head first into independence and was clueless. And to be honest, I was planning on hanging it up back in February this year. I was getting bad advice and had nobody to consult. Nobody really cared if I went belly up or not. All this changed when I took a contract in Salina, Ohio, and it happened, just so happened I had to stage a trailer off-site and had no idea how I was going to accomplish this. But thanks to your show, I was introduced to Big Moose and was able to contact him. I explained my situation best I could, and he was willing to help me out. Since then, he's become an invaluable ally and friend. This guy is the definition of professional. He's helped me on numerous occasions and refused to take any money. The last time he repaired my trailer, it would have cost me thousands at a shop. And when I offered to pay, he said, save your money. It could happen again tomorrow. It's payment enough knowing you learned something. This guy is my Mr. Miyagi. It's awesome to have someone to ask advice from, someone who not only doesn't want my money, but genuinely wants me to succeed. And I've talked to his drivers and his kids, and they all say the same thing. What you see is what you get. How about that? One more here. Let's see. Steve, it's been a good many years since I collected unemployment. But I know it used to be when you got called back, if you didn't go back, your unemployment was stopped. Has that changed? Honestly, I don't know that it has changed. I do know that most states around the country, when the pandemic kicked in last year, they eliminated the requirement where states, including the likes of Ohio, would require you to submit and document where you had put applications in the previous week. And there was a stipulation you had to put so many applications in per week until you got a job. And if you weren't looking for work, you weren't getting the unemployment. That was eliminated by a number of states up until just the past week or so. I believe, I think DeWine last week said they're going to begin requiring people that are drawing unemployment to begin looking for work once again. As more and more states are seeing, hey, there's plenty of jobs out here. Why are all these unemployed people not working? Because it's a freebie. All right, Checkpoint Charlie, good morning.
Hey, good morning there, Steve. Always enjoy the show. Thank you very much for being out here for us drivers. I listened to your dad and been out here myself almost 30 years. Started in the early 90s and, seen a lot of things. I wanted to touch on what Eagle brought up about the drive cams. And I work for a company, major poultry producer. They're big into technology. All of our trucks have drive cams. And I once said that myself. And it's a kind of love-hate relationship with these drive cams. They've recently did some upgrades on them, which who really knows if they actually do what they say they do. But the recent upgrade is that once I pull my tractor brake, it goes into a privacy mode. The light on the drive cam turns to blue and it goes into a privacy mode. And, I still cover it up, but, because who really knows if it's privacy and if it's a camera, it could always have the ability to be hacked.
Yep, exactly.
But not only that, but a lot of people. My company also uses PeopleNet, and they use a Samsung tablet to utilize PeopleNet. People don't realize is there's a camera on that looking right at you. Now, who really knows if they're accessing that camera? But wherever there's a camera looking at you, there's always that possibility of somebody hacking into it and checking you out. Now, with that being said, I say it's a love-hate relationship, okay? Like I said, I swore I would never drive for a company that had it. I will say this much on a positive note. If you get into an accident, that drive cam is going to save your butt because it's going to show that you were doing everything you should have been doing, okay? And the camera has saved our company millions of dollars. We had a big major accident, killed a whole bunch of people, and they went to court, big lawsuit, and the company kind of kept it under wraps that they had this video, and wait till they got to court. They sprung it on the plaintiffs in court, and the suit was dropped instantly. Because it showed everything the driver was doing was proper, and it showed what the people that were deceased cut our truck off and acted in a very, unsafe manner. So, and not only that, but I'm a trainer for the company, and we had an insurance rep address us at one point, and this is a very well-known underwriter for a lot of trucking companies. And they said that basically by the year 2030, I think 2025 or 2030, I forgot exactly which year, but basically every truck is going to have a drive cam in it, or you will pay incredible amounts of money for your insurance. So that's the way of the future. I remember back in the day when we were on paper log, all the guys said I'd never go e-log and everything else. I love e-log, okay? I get my sleep. I drive safe. I'm always legal. I love it, okay? Now, conversely, with the cars, with the automobiles, they Allstate and some of these other companies have come out with these apps, and we'll save you this much money. If you've probably seen the commercials where they say, don't speed. I want to have good rates and whatnot. Well, just like everything else, they get you to get into the system, buy into the system with the technology, and eventually that's the same thing that's going to happen to the cars. And to be honest with you, I'm for it, because as a professional driver with almost 4 million verifiable safe miles, I have seen so many people do so many incredibly stupid things that I say to myself, obviously, where's the police when you need them? But if they have an app that, is going to basically tattle on them, maybe they would think twice about, going through 4 lanes or crossing 4 lanes of traffic at incredibly amounts of speed. I genuinely don't believe in big government, is my philosophy. But then again, driving is not a right, it's a privilege. And people are just crazy out here nowadays. And I just think that, like I said, it's a love-hate with the drive cam. And then also going back to your calls regarding owner-operators, I did the owner-operator thing. I'll tell you what, I think the only way you make it as an owner-operator is if you have your own authority and you have a direct bill to a good customer. Because, I was a BCO with Landstar, and what do they call it? I had my own truck, and I was also an agent with Landstar, and I've seen too many really shady things happen. Wife has the agency, a sister agency, especially with their place out in Fontana years ago. They would get like a $3,000 load, and then they would switch it over to the husband who was an agent for Landstar, and for $1,500, and basically put $1,500 in their pocket, and then turn around, and on a Friday night out in Fontana, where you got all these guys that want to move for the weekend, they go out there with next to nothing on a load, and they're like alligators snapping at a fresh meat, So I mean, there's so many shady things. I think the only way you make it is by doing your own thing, your own authority, and everything else. But like, again, I appreciate you giving me the opportunity to speak on your radio show, and I thank you for being out here. I didn't realize how important you were to this industry until you were off of it. And I just wanted to say thank you, Steve, and thank you for being my friend on Facebook as well.
All right. Yeah, you got it. Hey, thanks for checking in. Don't be such a stranger there. Checkpoint Charlie. Need more friends like you, because that's what we're here for. Hey, what are we looking at here? Knucklebuster, I believe, is next on the list. Hello there, Knucklebuster. What kind of baloney you got for us this morning?
Oh, I got a lot of good baloney. Morning, Mr. Steve Sommers. Putting a boot in someone's stupid backside is a right and a privilege to me anyway. And I'm all for the death penalty as long as it doesn't include me, you, or someone we love, right?
Yes, sir.
The strike they've been talking about, most of them came back in the 1970s. 70, 73, 1978, and 79 was a real violent strike in this country. And then we got the Motor Carrier Act of 1980, and it's been all downhill ever since there. I've been driving 34 years. I started out driving at 15 cents a mile. Thank God my pay has increased. I don't want to be an owner-operator. I'm a company driver. I don't want that truck sitting in my driveway singing, "Roll on, Big Mama." Usually when they give you a pay raise, they raise your insurance premiums right off of the bat as a company driver, so you ain't really got nothing. I read today that they've got a relatively new interstate down there in South Texas, Steve, I-2. Never heard of it until today down there. But anyway, do you need a new office?
A new office?
Yeah, they got 4 lighthouses, courtesy of President Dupus Magoo's General Services Administration. The Coast Guard doesn't need them anymore, so they're giving them away for free, Steve. You just take possession of them and maintain them. Just think, you could be like my 4-year-old grandson. When we go out there to my shop, he turns the light on, off, on, off, on, off. And I'm saying, boy, I'm trying to work in here. Leave that switch alone there. And Steve, 7,998 tickets over there in North Carolina's Pick 3 Lottery won. With the combination of 666. Imagine that. Well, anyway, I bet some people were freaking out over that number, but that don't bother me at all. How about them St. Louis Cardinals and them Cincinnati Reds? I don't know when them Reds are going to get back on top up there with us.
I'm not paying close enough attention. I see a headline here and there. I guess they had a split with the Rockies. I think they won the series with the Pirates. I have no idea what the record is right now, though.
They're a little less than 50. They're a little less than .500.
Okay.
I don't forgot what the number of games were, but you win one more game, you'll be at .500 there. But
yeah, 500.
I'm just waiting to see when the Cardinals start dropping again. They probably need to get a ear and eat pan and pull real hard after that. But anyway, that's all of my baloney. We're going to have to wind this old truck driver radio up, man. You've had a great show this morning. Enjoyed a lot of the callers. Some of them probably give me a headache and need a beer and aspirin after all this mess. But anyway, have a great day, Mr. Steve Summers.
Thank you for checking in there, Knucklebuster. Good to have you with us. Big Sexy's on the line. What do you say this morning, Big Sexy?
I've had a hard time getting on with you this morning. Been on and off several times. A couple times I had to bail out myself, but we hit places where I had to be in and out of the vehicle. Couldn't stay on hold.
Yeah.
In case you went through me. But I don't know if you touched on the bridge today.
Yeah, the fact the inspector wasn't really inspecting, right?
Yeah, they fired him or them. That company, they fired, whoever it was, they fired them, and they're re-inspecting all the bridges they've inspected to make sure that there's not something else they've missed. But yeah, and they announced today they're going to fix that in 2 stages. The first stage is to make it safe enough for them to get on and work, and then they're going to replace that whole section.
And did you see where they released another photograph where the photo we had last week showed the one beam that was totally severed? I guess it was maybe the beam that was below that one is also like partially, it says 20% of the way around cracked, but it's all rusted and everything. So that stuff's been there, like they said, since at least 2019.
Well, did you see the picture where the tape measure showed that there was an inch gap there?
I did not see that.
There's a picture of a guy sitting there with a tape measure, and of course it says, "Don't worry, he was safety strapped in to where something happened, but that he had a tape measure across there, and that gap where it is severed is an inch wide.
Wow.
So, I mean, that no wonder they was worried about it when they wanted to shut it down.
Yep.
On the unemployment in Arkansas, I drew unemployment back earlier in the year when all this pandemic hit. They suspended that deal where you had to get out and get 3 jobs, apply for 3 jobs a week for a little while, but they brought that back about July or August and made us start looking again before mine ran out. So, Arkansas has been making you look for a while. So if all these people are drawing unemployment and all these jobs are out there, I mean, you may have to take a job that you just don't want until you find one that you do want, Don't just sit around drawing unemployment. Sometimes you got to take something else to get food for what you want.
Yeah, I think the only problem is if you're making enough on unemployment to get by, you probably don't have a whole lot of extra spending money or whatever. But I mean, if you're making enough to pay the bills, what the hell? Why go back to work? All right, Big Sexy, thanks for hanging in there. Glad you were able to finally get through. I will wrap things up here. Yeah, good show, everybody. Thanks for all the callers participating. Yeah, you made that a relatively easy night for me. So continue to pass the word, share with your friends. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive on YouTube, on Facebook, overnightdriveradio.com. You've got the iPhone and the Android apps by typing in overnightdriveradio.com through the respective stores. You can still find us on the Hot Shot Secret YouTube channel and on demand at any time of the day. All the major podcast services, Apple Podcasts, Google, Spotify, TuneIn, iHeartRadio podcast, and many, many more. And don't forget, circle it on your calendar every Thursday, 1:30 in the afternoon. You've got, of course, Hot Shot Secret Live from their studios at the headquarters in Mount Gilead, Ohio. And every Thursday, 1:30, and they talk everything automotive. Each week, they've got diesel experts to answer your questions, keep you updated. I know this week, they're going to be giving away some Hot Shot Secret swag. Yeah, T-shirts, hats, and things of that nature for those that participate on Facebook. Hot Shot Secret Live on Facebook coming up this Thursday afternoon. Have a great Tuesday. Join us back at the midnight hour tonight, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems. seems you accept in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of.